Mind you, yesterday I had said that I would be sending you a procedural email asking you about your technical capabilities for evidentiary hearings. So I just wanted to remind you to look out for that. That'll probably be later this week, once I've had a chance to debrief on this workshop. So, Robert, could you please bring up the ground rules slide? Thank you. So let's go over our ground rules once again. They haven't changed from yesterday. Once again, there is a reminder that the recording will be available shortly. So in order to ensure efficient and effective use of our time, I want to talk about these ground rules. First, I want to remind our presenters to please time yourself. I will also be timing you, but I'm also trying to keep to our schedule. So just be cognizant of how much time you have. And then I am going to take questions in the order that participants' hands are raised. Once again, there is on the right side of your screen, there is a participant button in blue. If you click on that, it will bring a list of the panelists. At the bottom of that list, you'll see a tiny, ever so tiny hand that looks like an outstretched hand. It's so tiny. If you click on that, then I will be able to see that your hand is raised, and I can call on you, and then you can unmute yourself and ask your question. Next, so I'm looking for questions. I want to keep commentary I want to limit commentary as much as possible in our workshop. Again, it's about education, making sure that you understand the proposals in front of us. There'll be plenty of time for commentary in your testimony and in your briefs. And not to be clear, I'm hoping not to get commentary on the proposal in front of us or on other proposals, including your own proposal. And finally, to ensure that as many participants are able to ask their questions as possible, I want to limit your question to one question and one follow-up question. And then you can get in line again if you have further questions. So, Chris, are you available to walk people through the how to ask questions again?
Sure thing.
And Robert, could you put up the how to ask a question? There you go. Great. Thank you, Chris.
Did you want to go over the public comment process as well?
Yes, because I'm asking people to limit their commentary, here's a perfect place for non-parties to include a comment. Chris?
Got it. Yeah. So you can go to cpuc.ca.gov/proceedings. Click the docket card button there, and then next slide. Proceeding is R208020. And then next slide. And then add a public comment there. Next slide. So 3 ways to ask questions: verbally through WebEx, Q&A through the chat function, and call in for verbally. Click on the participant button in the lower right corner of WebEx to open the participant window. Click the raise your hand button, the little hand icon. You will be unmuted when it's your turn, and muted again after you ask your question, and then be sure to click that hand button again afterwards, after you finish talking. Otherwise, it gets rather confusing. Next slide, please. I'll also ask a question through the chat function, but sorry, not the chat function, through the Q&A function, which is confusingly different. Choose all panelists in the drop-down menu and type your question in the box, and it'll be relayed verbally. And finally, if neither of those work for you, you can call 415-703-1142 and convey your question to a moderator. And that's it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chris. Sorry. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started. Our first presentation today is CCSA. Thank you, Robert. And our presenter is Joseph Weedman. Mr. Weedman, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, everybody. My name is Joseph Weedman. I'm with the Law Office of Joseph F. Weedman, and I'm here today on behalf of the Coalition for Community Solar Access to talk about our proposed net value billing tariff. Next slide, please. As part of my discussion, just looking at an overview, I'll talk about the goals of our proposal, the basic tariff structure for our proposal, crediting mechanisms, consumer protection, our environmental justice, low-income community, MTC, and then take question and answer. Before I get started, though, I just want to make sure I frame the net value billing tariff proposal we have before you. Under this tariff, renewable energy facilities of up to 5 megawatts would be allowed to interconnect to the distribution system and will receive monetary credits that can be applied to the bills of customers in their utility service territory who participate in the project. The tariff is designed for those who are not able to participate in traditional behind-the-meter programs such as renters, folks with a shaded roof, people currently right now with low credit scores, and would be separate and distinct from any tariff modifications the Commission creates for the current net metering program. Next slide, please. The goals of our proposal are to promote equity, transparency, flexibility, and fairness. Equity, in our mind, means removing barriers to participation. Right now, there's a lot of programs, as we discussed in our proposal, in our filing, that serve certain market segments very well. But we know there are barriers to people accessing these products, and we want to propose a tariff that gets at that. That's fundamental to equity. Second of all, transparency. The tariff should be easy to understand, and its compensation mechanism should be transparent and based off public information. That's why we used the ACC. Flexibility. One size doesn't fit all. That's what we're seeing with this proliferation of tariffs. Again, that sort of look to serve certain slices of the market, but don't really have a built-in flexibility in order to allow people to serve the communities they want to serve. We want to provide a flexible platform that people can build upon. Fairness. We do believe in fairness between participants and non-participants, and we believe the value of the exported energy should be based on its benefits to the grid. Next slide, please. So looking at the basic tariff structure, we believe there should be monthly net billing, which means dollar credits. The export credit rate should be based upon the hourly value of exported energy, which we call the value stack, and should be fixed for a term of 25 years from the date of commercial operation to provide certainty to developers, and also because the benefit term we're using is long-term. Facility size up to 5 megawatts AC. We chose that because we want these facilities to be distribution interconnected and large enough to achieve economies of scale, but not so large enough that they always need to be located far from the customers they're serving. Next slide, please. So a deeper dive on the export credit rate, and I won't spend a whole lot of time here, but I did want to make sure folks saw this slide. You see the typical benefits we're looking at: energy, generation capacity, T&D capacity, and environmental value. For energy, we're looking at day ahead prices. For the other three, we're looking at levelized benefits over 25 years. And if you're not providing on peak, zero benefit. Where does that lead us? Next slide, please. What you see here is a very simplified view of the chart I showed you. If you're not within those red boxes, you're going to receive off-peak value for energy. If you're exporting within those red boxes, you're going to receive on-peak. I think most folks would agree this is a very aggressive, value-focused proposal. 3 months out of the year, 5 days a week, on peak. So that's what we're looking for. We want to drive value and share that value with our participants. Next slide, please. So basic tariff structure. Who would be the participants? Any customer class, bundled or unbundled. They can choose their otherwise applicable retail rate because they're still consuming to the grid. So we want to support customers going on to their typical TOU rate towards the future. That's where California is headed. And if there are electrification rates, they should be able to use those the same as any other customer. Current secondary benefits of NEM would apply. No exit fees like PCIA, and all of the other exemptions would apply, except our facilities would pay for their interconnection costs. So what type of participants are there? There's a generator account. This is the account that generates the energy, and it can be a renewable electrical generation facility below 5 megawatts that's distribution connected, and it may have load or it may not. Benefiting accounts. Those are individually metered customers who are not on a current virtual net metering tariff or RES BCT. But again, it's any individual customer who wants to participate. Next slide, please. A little bit more on benefiting accounts. They need to be in the same service territory, distribution service territory as the facility. No minimum duration of service. They can, if they leave the service territory, they have to give up their subscription because we can no longer bill, with the utility. If they move within the service territory, stay with their utility in the same service territory as the facility, the subscription can transfer if they'd like that. And again, for these benefiting accounts, it's net billing, dollar credit, with indefinite rollover. Indefinite rollover allows these customers to use the benefits of their participation over time. And we think that's important. There shouldn't be any sort of cutoff date for these benefits, they're dollars. And if it's value for value, then there should be indefinite rollover in our mind. How do you size the subscription? Similar to NEM. Look at 12 months historical usage, and then determine the size of the capacity that would be needed to serve that usage. Or for a new customer, estimate their 12 months historical usage and develop the capacity that they need to subscribe to from that. Next slide, please. Other notable features. 50% of the capacity must be subscribed to residential and small commercial customers, and we've defined collectively those as subscription sizes below 25 kilowatts. We want to ensure there's lots of opportunities to participate, and these facilities are not gobbled up by very large users. And again, unallocated credits from the generation account may be banked for up to 2 years to be used as a new subscriber comes in. We don't want to lose the value that's provided to the system. Next slide, please. How do we credit? That's the next question. For the facility to enroll in the program, it has to have an executed interconnection agreement and a non-ministerial permit. It could be like a building permit. IOU would read the generating account meter, which could be very simple given the Rule 21 requirements around larger facilities. And a monthly report would be provided by the subscribing organization to let the utility know how to allocate those benefits to the benefiting accounts. We would also like a simplified customer billing option, which would put the subscriber's credit on their bill and then remit the remaining amount of the credit to the generation facility owner. We believe that's important, one, because customers paying two bills can create disconnects where the customer receives value but forgets to pay the bill to their generator. And we want to avoid those things. Let's make this simple for everybody to drive economies of scale and drive the program forward rather than have something where we have lots of complexity on the billing side. That raises costs for everybody, and we should avoid it. Next slide, please. Consumer protection. We've heard, a lot of discussion in California, particularly in the previous NEM docket around virtual net metering, people's concerns with consumer protection. And so we wanted to aggressively or put forward what we believe are aggressive and sensible consumer protections. Participants would be prohibited, termination fees would be prohibited for low and moderate income participants. And we've provided a definition for how we think that should be defined. We do want it broader than just the CARE and FERA programs, because those programs do not capture all low and moderate folks. And we believe that these other programs we've identified here have enough documentation to make it easy for the participant to document their low, moderate income nature and allow them to enroll in the program within that community designation. Use of credit scores would be prohibited. Credit scores are not a good indicator of ability to pay. This has been discussed in previous dockets. We say let's not use them. Let the facility owner work on that issue and develop a project that can handle customers who may have low credit scores. All benefiting accounts would receive a commission-approved disclosure. We do believe that would need to be developed in collaboration with stakeholders, but we believe it's something that's extremely important so that everybody knows what they're signing up for in a very simple fashion. And also, we believe the facility owner should be registered with the commission. This increases transparency. Folks know who to contact. The commission knows who to contact if they're contacted with a problem, and it's easily available information on a website. Next slide, please. We also believe we need to address the lack of penetration of the benefits of solar within low-income communities. So we've proposed an environmental justice low-income market transition credit that would provide a strong incentive for developers to develop facilities within disadvantaged communities and aggressively enroll subscribers from low and moderate income communities in these facilities. The MTC would be based on the customer's volumetric retail rate minus the export credit rate. That would be the environmental justice low-income market transition credit. It would fill that gap. We believe there should be a statewide target of approximately 1,200 megawatts for these facilities to drive equity with historical adoption rates of NEM. And we have a chart in there where we show how we derived that, but essentially there's been about 9 gigawatts of NEM, and 25% of that minus what is currently already within these communities would result in about 1,200 megawatts of a gap. So we propose to fill that gap. Q&A. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Mr. Weidman. So at this time, I will take questions. Again, if you have a question, you can click on the hand button to raise your hand, or you can type a question in the Q&A. So I will look to see if there are any hands raised. Shelley Leiser, and you can just unmute yourself. So Shelley, we're not hearing you. There you go.
There we go. Thank you, Your Honor. So I had two main questions. Thank you for your presentation today. One was about the definition of distribution service territory. Is that just the equivalent of the IOU service territory, or did you mean something more narrow there?
Correct. It means the IOU's typical service territory.
Okay, so it could be, anywhere within PG&E's service territory, for example.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then on being able to target this type of program for LMI customers, I saw that you said the general population of customers could enroll. Is the only restriction, or there's no restriction, it's just that there's an additional financial incentive? Is that how you're proposing to target this towards LMI adoption?
Yeah, locational, there's a locational requirement and an enrollment requirement in order to receive that. So 50% of the participants in that project would have to be LMI, and the project would have to be located in a DAC.
Okay, so it's 50% for every single project.
Correct.
Got it. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And next up, we have Michael Boyd. Mr. Boyd.
Hey, Joe. Mike Boyd, CARE. First, I'm feeling a little annoyed by this palm tree sticking out of your left shoulder.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it off. It seems to be.
There you go. My question is, who owns the systems? The solar,
The
the PV
systems
system,
would be owned by developers.
by a private developer, and they would get essentially they would be a load serving entity to the subscribers. They would, or the utility would get the energy.
The energy flows onto the grid, so the utility would take title to it once it crosses the interconnection point.
Okay.
And these
And
developers
it would be, I only got two questions, so that's it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Actually, I think we have enough time. Mr. Weedman ended his presentation early. So Mr. Boyd, if you have another question, please feel free.
Okay, so and I think I said you go up to a system size of 5 megawatts, correct?
Correct.
Would in your vision would it ever be that large, or would it be like less than a megawatt most of the time?
I don't have good insight there. I mean, I think the diversity of developers and how they choose to sort of structure or offer the products they want to sell can be quite diverse under this tariff. You could see folks who want to develop larger scale facilities on the distribution system and offer a very aggressive credit rate. You could see folks who say, hey, I believe in cooperative models. I only want to develop on nonprofits, and I want to offer those opportunities for folks to enroll in those type of facilities. So I think, again, it really could be any size. It depends on what group of customers are being targeted and what their preferences are.
Okay, thank you for your answers. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you. And next up, we have Susanna Churchill.
Hi, Joe. Susanna Churchill with Vote Solar. Thanks for your presentation. I wanted to learn a little bit more about the EJ tariff that you described at the end, and specifically the credit rate. So I think you said that it would be the retail rate minus the export credit rate, and I wanted to know how you define export credit rate there.
That's defined previously under the value proposition. So if we go back to slide 5, simplified view of ECR. My slides weren't numbered. That one, thank you. You know, if you're exporting on these timeframes, then you would receive the EJ, LI, MTC as the gap filler.
Okay, I'm not sure I fully understand yet, but I'll keep thinking about it. And so the export credit rate that you're proposing for the non-low income focused projects, you're saying you would subtract that from the retail rate, and that would be the tariff, the value that the low income focused projects would receive?
I think the other way to look at the EGLI MTC is that it brings the credit back up to the full retail rate, which is what current NEM customers receive.
I see. Okay, so it brings it back up to full retail for those particular projects. Okay,
You know,
thank
similar
you.
to some of the other, you know, folks' proposals, we want to, you know, drive equity and opportunity for folks who typically have not been allowed to participate.
Right, makes sense. Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next up, we have Adam Buchholz, and that will be followed by a question from Erica Morgan and then Paul Chernick. So, Mr. Buchholz. Mr. Buchholz, you'll have to unmute yourself. Are you there, Mr. Buchholz?
Me now.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. My name's Adam Buchholz. I'm from the Public Advocate's Office. I have a quick question about the EJLI proposal, and I'm just curious what you see as the value of this proposal compared to existing disadvantaged community solar programs like DAC-GT and CSGT, Community Solar Green Tariff and Disadvantaged Communities Green Tariff.
Sure. This program is more flexible. It doesn't require folks to locate facilities in the top 25 DACs. It doesn't have the same geographic requirements. So this is more about creating a flexible tariff and then targeting it, creating a flexible tariff and having credits based upon the value of the energy provided, and then targeting, if we want to have more equity in the tariff, then let's target that, in the same sort of way as the DAC tariffs, but not as restrictive as the DAC tariffs. And the DAC tariffs also, really have just a really completely different value proposition. They're a reduction off of retail rates. And I think we've heard a lot of discussion in California about the good and bad of basing crediting off rates. And what we decided to offer was something that's as aggressive as possible, focused on value.
Thank you.
So, you're welcome.
Thank you. And next we have a question from Erica Morgan. Her question is, can you explain how the value stack works in the context of CCA rates?
Sure. So under our proposal, which is similar to something that the IOUs discussed yesterday, there's really two broad components in rate. Well, energy, and then on the other side, transmission and distribution. Similar to NEM, if CCAs chose to offer this tariff, they would take care of the energy side of the tariff in their crediting process, and the IOUs would take care of the T&D and other types of crediting necessary to create the full value stack that we put forward.
Thank you. And finally, Paul Chernick. Mr. Chernick, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Thank you. It took a while to get unmuted. I was just wondering how you selected your on-peak periods of 5 to 9 p.m. and whether those are based on the distribution of the generation, transmission, and distribution marginal costs and the environmental costs, everything that's not in the day-ahead prices that you want to use?
Sure. If we could back up one slide. And Mark Fulmer, would you be able to answer that question since I'm not hyper technical?
Sure, I can handle that, Joe. Effectively, what we've done is taken the avoided cost calculator, and they map that maps the all the different capacity and other elements on an hourly basis, 8760. And we attempted to find a time window that captured the most amount of those other capacity type values. Our proposal captures roughly 90% of the hours where those values are being generated in the ACC. If you start expanding beyond that, it starts getting really wide and really funky. So we found that to be a sweet spot where 90% of the value from these various capacity elements occur in those windows that we're proposing.
Okay, and in that analysis, you found that 5 to 6 p.m. was more important than 9 to 10 p.m.?
Well, this is this is, again, got to remember, this is discounting daylight savings time. It was a little bit interesting because the hours were shifting in the ACC from now till 2030 to 2035, 2040. And that's just ended up being the best time. If you look at it on a daylight savings time basis, 5 to 9 standard time is 6 to 10 on a daylight savings time where you're used to thinking about it. So I think it does a pretty good job at capturing most of the hours over that full time frame, both time of the day as well as over the going into the future per the ACC.
Okay, thank you very much. I didn't notice that you specified standard time for the entire year. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Boyd, I see your hand is still raised. Do you have another question? You're on mute, Mr. Boyd. Okay, perhaps he does not have a question. And let me just check one more time, Mr. Weidman, to see if there's anyone else with questions. No. Thank you very much, Mr. Weidman.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Thank you.
So next up, we have Ben Schwartz from Clean Coalition.
Great, thank you, Your Honor. Can everyone hear me? Just want to make sure.
Yes, thank you.
All right. So my name is Ben Schwartz, and I'm the policy manager for the Clean Coalition. Since I have a short presentation today, I'll give kind of an overview of 3 points and then spend the majority of the time taking a deep dive into non-bypassable charges. First, the Clean Coalition is proposing a feed-in tariff model specifically for larger NEM projects that will address large NEM projects in the commercial and industrial sector for projects sized 500 kilowatts or greater. In our comments, we offer the model of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power FIT Plus program, which allows for the deployment of behind-the-meter solar and energy storage that can be interconnected on either side of the meter. Energy is compensated with a time of delivery multiplier that also accounts for seasonal changes. Second, we believe that NEM-A will be utilized more often if there is greater equity between the different meters being aggregated. Currently, only the primary meter receives exemptions from demand charges. However, we propose that all meters receive exemptions from demand charges and exports only be compensated specifically for the value of energy, allowing an aggregator to distribute credits most equitably among all the aggregations. Third, we briefly float the idea of allowing a facility to deploy an oversized NEM system and receive full export compensation at whatever rate is decided upon, with a signed contract, essentially saying that the load will be served as the facility electrifies within a certain period of time. We haven't kind of fleshed out all the ideas with this, but we're really interested to see what parties think, especially since electrification is such an important topic in California. And for the remaining time, I'm going to focus on some of the non-bypassable charges that will be included in the successor tariff, or are being discussed at least. In the NEM 2.0 decision, the Commission voted to ensure that NEM projects were exempt from a few certain charges, including standby charges and transmission access charges. These transmission access charges, also called TAC, currently average close to 3 cents per kilowatt hours in the evening and must continue to be exempt from non-bypassable charges in the NEM successor tariff. TAC is a volumetric charge that increases proportionally to the skyrocketing utility investments in the transmission system. In the en banc white paper, it was quantified just how fast transmission access charges have increased, exploding upwards in a manner that is completely disproportionate to the total system load. Since 2009, while the total system load has decreased by 9.3%, the TAC assessed to ratepayers has increased by 255%. Needless to say, even a conservative continuation of the current trend will result in a per kilowatt hour charge that makes it much more difficult to justify the economics of a project. And regardless of what the core design of the final NEM successor tariff looks like, any solution that includes TAC threatens the future of NEM. Ensuring the sustainable growth of customer-sited renewables throughout the state would be difficult with the burden of TAC pushing the payback period further and further away. And when combined with a reduced export value when compared to NEM 2.0, the addition of TAC, especially as it continues to skyrocket over the next decade, would be a huge price shock to anyone interested in taking service under a NEM tariff. However, the concern here is not just that NEM or that TAC are increasing with utility investments in the transmission system. It is that assessing TAC to NEM projects is completely unwarranted. NEM projects either use energy on-site or export energy, which never leaves the distribution grid. In neither case is the high voltage transmission system utilized. So to use an analogy, charging NEM projects with TAC is the same as leaving your house in San Diego, pulling out of your driveway, and being charged with the toll fee for the Golden Gate Bridge. Transmission access charges are currently assessed at the customer meter, meaning that all energy is charged for using the transmission system regardless of where it originates. The result is a market distortion where the price of DER is inflated, making remote generation appear more cost-effective than it really is in comparison. All of this could be fixed by assessing TAC correctly at the transmission substations rather than at the customer meter, but I think I'll leave that discussion for another day since it's not exactly the focus here. But to bring the discussion full circle back to NEM, the market distortion caused by TAC is exactly why the current exemption for NEM projects is so important. The Clean Coalition agrees with the concept that NEM rates need to change to make the program more cost effective. But the current tariff is successful at charging for the infrastructure NEM projects actually use. Therefore, removing the TAC exemption in the successor tariff would further perpetuate the market distortion, increasing an existing cost shift rather than actually fixing one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Do we have any questions for Clean Coalition for Mr. Schwartz? I am not seeing any hands or any questions, Mr. Schwartz. Thank you very much. So we're moving along quickly here today. Next up, we have Public Advocate's Office with Alec Ward. Mr. Ward?
Apologies, can you hear me, Judge?
Yes.
Great, had a problem getting off mute there.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge Himes. Thank you, Commissioner Guzman-Aceves, for the opportunity to present today. I'm Alec Ward. I'm the Senior Analyst for Electrical Customer Programs at the Public Advocate's Office. Today I'm talking about how NEM has been successful for increasing solar on rooftops in the past, but it needs drastic reform, and it has really fallen out of line and is even starting to conflict with our state equity and our state GHG goals. So a quick agenda for the slideshow here. I'm going to discuss our goals for the successor tariff, explain the reasons why we need bold reform, give a summary of our proposals, and then finish with the impacts of these reforms, including how they align with guiding principles and with statute. If you go to the next slide, please. So Cal Advocates believes the successor should support the rate of growth of DER needed to attain California's GHG goals and our equity goals. And we need to do that in a way that is effective, that's expeditious, and that's also very importantly, that is equitable. That means it has to have a couple of very important features. It needs to lower the cost burden on non-participants, and we're calling the cost burden the amount non-participants have to pay currently for those who are currently participating in the program. It needs to increase participation to lower income customers, and it also needs to protect them, importantly, from the cost burden driven by NEM. That'll increase the equity and the affordability of this program. It should incent the efficient electricity use, and also it needs to be done as soon as possible. Next slide, please. So why do we need to reform NEM, and why do we need to do it right now? NEM is currently creating an unreasonable cost burden. Our projections show that without reform, it's only going to massively grow. So you can see right below first bullet here that the NEM cost burden currently costing non-participants about $2.85 billion per year. And that's only going to grow. It's going to go up to about $6 billion, over $6 billion per year in 2030. So this has big impacts on non-participating customers, including at the bill level. We see that the bills will be increasing these customer bills $100 to $234 annually. That's just driven by the NEM cost burden. So California as a state has been very proud of its GHG goals, but it's really, there are many important avenues for attaining them, including electric vehicle adoptions, including building decarbonization efforts. And these are really only made harder with increasing electrical rates. NEM is also less cost effective than other ways we can procure renewable energy. In fact, it's 6 times more expensive than the average RPS contract for renewable generation. NEM growth has also lagged behind in disadvantaged communities. In fact, care customers make up about 28% of residential customers across the state. And currently, though, they only make up about 10% of the NEM customers, so they're underrepresented in this program. And it's also very important to note that not only are they underrepresented, but they're still paying for this cost burden that I've been talking about for this program. NEM is also currently not maximizing grid value, as only 6% of the NEM systems are interconnected in 2019 were paired with storage. We can go to the next slide, please. So we pointed out a lot of flaws in the way NEM is currently run, but our policy proposals would go a long way towards fixing them. So here I have an overview of our different policies, and then on the next slides, I'll be walking through the specifics. So we have 2 buckets here. We would like to create a fair and more balanced successor tariff. The way we do that, 3 ways. We compensate participants through net billing at avoided costs. We establish a grid benefits charge, that's a GBC, I'll be using that in this presentation. We provide storage incentives to encourage NEM 1 and 2 customers to transition over to this new successor tariff that we're proposing. And then we also want to create a more equitable, affordable successor tariff. 2 ways we have to do that would be exempting lower income customers completely from the proposed GBC, the grid benefit charge. And also, we asked the Commission to consider the equity charge that Mohit from NRDC presented yesterday, as we believe that could be a good way to address the needs of disadvantaged communities and overcome barriers to adoptions for DERs. We can go to the next slide, please. So now I'm going to go step by step each of the policy proposal pieces I touched on in the former slide. So we're proposing that we compensate customers for their export energy through net billing at avoided cost. As retail rates continue to rise and the cost of rooftop solar drop, it has not made sense to continue tying this compensation to retail rate. We see net billing as a good middle ground. It allows us to fairly compensate customers for their exported energy, and it also maintains their ability to, their ability to consume the energy that they're generating on site. We recommend using the Commission's most up-to-date ACC values. They're updated annually, and use that to determine the export compensation levels. We think that these levels sufficiently capture the benefits that the DERs are bringing to the grid and to the environment, like reductions in grid costs, distribution, transmission reductions, and it also includes added values for GHG reductions. We also recommend that they set the exports at the PV production profile weighted avoided costs during the midday time periods, and also to cap export compensation at retail rate. Next slide, please. For rate structure, we propose that customers should get time of use rates. Then the successor can pair with that rate. So the customer gets to choose the time of use rates, and this will pair along with it. We recommend a grid benefit charge because it ensures that NEM customers are paying their fair share of grid costs. Currently, NEM customers still very much rely on the grid. They can import at any time of the day energy from the grid, but they are passing a lot of these costs to maintain the grid, these fixed costs like distribution, transmission, non-bypassable charges, and they're passing them on to programs that are not, to customers that are not participating in NEM. So our GBC is specifically designed to try to close that gap to make sure that the costs are distributed evenly and not passed on unfairly. And our GBC that we propose ranges from $6 to $6.52 per kilowatt, and that's a monthly charge. And it actually varies by utility. We've actually, as a side note, have recently updated some of our modeling. It's going to be slightly decreasing this GBC, and we're actually going to flag this in an email to the service list shortly after this presentation, or at some point this week or early next week. GBCs will be waived completely, as I've said, for lower income customers, and we're doing this to help them overcome the barriers to adoption, to see them more participating in these programs. We recommend the Commission consider NRDC's equity charge. It will help lower income customers overcome their numerous obstacles to DER adoption. We pointed to some great existing Commission programs that could use more funding in our proposal. And we also ask that the allocation of any funds raised through this equity charge that it be determined through an AL process in this proceeding. Next slide, please. For terms of service, we are proposing no netting period with monthly rollover and an annual true-up. Instantaneous netting means we can value exports really in the most accurate way. It recognizes the current value of the energy, and it doesn't spill that value over into any other time period. We propose maintaining the ability for customers to roll over existing bill credits each month, and also to true up annually at wholesale energy markets price. So that's maintaining the rules of NEM 2.0. Next slide. So integrating energy storage. We have here an innovative idea that we're proposing. It will do a couple of things. It'll drastically lower the cost burden, and it also will directly incent an important and more nascent DER technology. It's gotten a lot of attention over the past couple of days, and that's energy storage. So currently, NEM 1 and 2 customers are locked into their full retail compensation for 20 years. They're being overcompensated as the payback periods are extremely low. We see them spanning 3 to 8 years, and this is greatly driving up the cost burn created by NEM. So we should instead be putting money towards giving NEM 1 and 2 customers paired storage, we believe. We can help reduce peak demands. Paired storage can also have benefits with GHG emission reductions. And we do this through a rebate that helps customers overcome the upfront costs of adoption storage. The rebates should be offered over 5 years, and it would be commensurate with SGIP general market incentives. And last year, the average incentive paid out through that budget was $3,200. And so that's where we're starting from. Worth noting that just within this 5-year transition period that we're pitching, with just the current NEM structure, many customers will be able to fully pay off their systems within that 5-year period. And that's due to the currently low payback period for NEM 2.0. We do recommend NEM 1.0 gets about 10% less of a rebate payment as they've been on the tariff for a longer amount of time. They've had more of a chance to pay off their system. For lower income customers, we recommend that they receive a rebate at full upfront cost of the system. Next slide, please. For implementation timeline, currently NEM does threaten our ability to hit our state's climate and equity goals. For that reasons, we recommend a quick implementation period where the tariff is implemented in AL process, and we begin accepting new customers on the Successor tariff by January 2022. We are not recommending any glide path for the Successor due to the current magnitude of the problem. It means that we really need to address it immediately instead of pushing it any further down the road. And also we point to the fact that our proposals and policies are really reasonable here. They have generous payback periods, which I'll talk about in further slides. So it'll keep a good value proposition for customers. But if the commission does adopt a glide path or an MTC, it should be no longer than ending by January 2025. Next slide, please. Could you please jump to the next slide? Seems frozen on implementation. Oh, great. Thank you. So as noted earlier, the cost burden is currently extremely high. As I've noted previously, it's $2.8 billion per year currently, and it's growing to $6.62 billion per year in 2030. So our proposal would meaningfully lower this impact on non-participants. For example, the Successor tariff proposals that we put forth would lower cost burden by $1.52 billion per year annually by 2030. But this is out of the $6.6 billion I said right above billion annually by 2030. So there's still substantial work to do here. It's not being able to cover all the cost burden. We also, the proposal to transition NEM 1 and 2 customers through storage incentives, that would lower cost burden by $26 billion total. So that's out of the $45 billion cost burden created by NEM over NEM's current 20-year transition period. So that's the total cost burden there over the time of the 20-year transition period. The combined proposals would also save customers a lot on their bills. It'd have big bill impacts. We've calculated that save average participating customers $180 to $235 a year. That's by 2030. What's important to note is that while we're tackling the cost burden, the combination of our proposed policies also maintains a strong incentives for DER adoptions with a reasonable payback period of 13 to 15 years. And as noted earlier, we are slightly lowering the GBC due to updated modeling. So this will also slightly lower these payback periods. And again, we'll include that in the amended filing as soon as possible. Worth also putting these numbers into context. We have studies that show that solar panels retain 80% of their efficiency after 40 years of usage. So that being said, even with 13, 15 years, that's saying getting system payback, the system can completely pay itself off very early in the system's life. Next slide, please. I have in front of you a graph here that is showing the projected cost burden, and it's also showing a savings from our combined policies, and this is set in the year 2030. So the red bar there on the left is the cost burden by 2030. That's the $6.6 billion per year figure, and it's really illustrating how important bold reform is for NEM. The first blue bar there is the 868 million per year savings that we would get from putting new successor customer tariffs onto net billing at avoided cost. The next bar beside it is the 538 million per year savings from giving new customers, new successor tariff customers, the GDC. And then the final bar there on the right, that's the 1.43 billion per year savings we would get from transitioning NEM 1 and 2 customers with a storage rebate. If we could jump to the next slide, please. I see that I'm running out of time, so I would just like to stress in these last two slides that we have a lot more information on NEM's impacts and its alignment with statute. It's been changing as the California energy market has changed, and our understanding of it has changed with it. And this has happened all since NEM 2 was debated. Fortunately, the Commission has broad authority to adopt and alter NEM tariffs, alter them, change them, review ours, and accept what they see best throughout this proceeding. This graph right here lists how the proposals we put forth are very much in line with statute and just simple checkbox system. And then on the next slide as well, we do the same thing with how each of these proposals aligns with guiding principles. And I'll let everyone peruse those at their leisure. So last slide is just a thank you for the time to present, and I'll take any questions now.
Thank you. Actually, I have a question. You use the term glide path. I'm an old person. This is a new term that has been coming up more often. What do you mean by glide path?
So when I was discussing a glide path, it's mostly a nod towards the E3 white paper discusses a market transition credit, an MTC, which would bridge the current NEM 2.0 with whatever the eventual final successor tariff is. So it's kind of like a step down.
Okay, thank you. So we have a question in chat, and then I will start taking raised hands. The question in chat is from Rick Umoff. Would this tariff apply to all distributed solar systems up to 5 megawatts, including rooftop solar?
We haven't, as an organization, discussed or modeled any limitations on sizing, but it would apply to all DERs under the NEM tariff. But again, we haven't discussed any specific size limitations.
Okay, great. Our next question is from Sam White. You'll just need to unmute yourself, Mr. White.
There, I think that's unmuted. Thank you. Sam White, potentially representing Bay Area 350 as party status goes forward, but I will frame this question for myself and a follow-up. First, you've spoken of a very large cost burden. The cost burden has different components, and I think they have very different factors. Can you differentiate between the cost burden related to potential overcompensation for exports at full retail rate, as opposed to the idea of reduced utility sales creating a cost burden?
Our proposal actually uses both of those. It's the overcompensation that is currently occurring with retail rates on export energy and the lost sales. I don't have all the details of our cost burden calculation off the cuff right now, but I know in our party proposal, we do provide a formula that says exactly where we're getting all the inputs for the cost burden.
I'll look forward to that breakdown. And then the related question, hopefully related, it's at least a follow-up. I'm wondering why you base the grid benefits charge on the kilowatt capacity of the PV instead of on the gross load for all energy that's received from the grid, which is the actual amount of total gross impact on the grid that the customer should be responsible for.
So it's questions like these that make me very happy. We have a very accomplished rates team that's great at getting into minutia. So we're getting a little bit out of my depth, but I do know that they were looking very closely at the cost of service that current NEM customers are avoiding by being able to use NEM. And the main objective of our GBC is to close the gap to make sure that they're paying the fair amount of transmission distribution, of non-bypassable charges. So they found a creative way to kind of balance per kilowatt, and with NBCs, how it is actually a fixed number, how to all put that into one place. But again, that's something that I unfortunately don't have right off the cuff, but would be happy to follow up on.
Well, thank you. I think cost of service would be based on gross load, but I've had my follow-up, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Guzman Aceves, you have a question?
Thank you, Judge Himes. Thank you. I was going to ask a follow-up to Alec here. And maybe if we can go back a couple slides to slide 11. I think this partially answers the question that was just asked, which is very helpful visual slide here to seeing the savings from the net billing element of the proposal and the savings from the GBC. What is that acronym again? The
Grid benefit charge.
Grid benefit charge. Yep. Thank you. And then most interestingly to me, although as I think about it, not shocking, but very interesting to see the visual of the savings that could be garnered from transitioning 1 and 2 over to the new tariff here. What is the, okay, so a couple of questions on this. One, just similarly, are you, do you know if there's any differences in your grid benefit charge? Are you being from turns, or I know NRDC didn't have too much detail, but this concept, is there a big difference? Is there any inputs that are different from what you're proposing and what Turn has proposed? Are you capturing the same things?
I haven't had a chance to look at all the inputs of Turn's proposal.
Okay.
I fundamentally very much agree on things. I believe our GBC would actually be a little bit lower. It's more focused on distribution charges, but yeah, I need a little bit more time and be happy to point that out for you in a follow-up.
Okay. Okay. And does the savings from storage, does it net out the actual cost of the storage incentive, or is that not captured here?
So we do include the costs of the storage incentive here, but we very much agree that this would likely need to be a cost that is that we somehow gather and pay out over multiple years. That's something that we're actually looking at right now, and we plan to detail more in our testimony. But it is included aggregate in this bar chart right here, the cost of the rebate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. And in some of the presentations, I'm not remembering now. Yesterday there was one, I think partially mentioned already this morning, but the notion of and maybe it's in the context of the glide path, but have you thought about any incentive on electrification?
We haven't covered any incentive to electrification, I don't believe.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. So next up, I'm going to let people know where they are in the queue. Next up is Jean Armstrong, and that will be followed by Brad Hebner, Paul Chernick, and Michael Boyd. So Ms. Armstrong, go ahead and unmute yourself. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm on mute. Can you hear me? Okay. So I have two unrelated questions, but I hope I can ask them. With respect to your proposal to transition NEM 1 and NEM 2 customers to the NEM 3 tariff in 5 years, regardless of whether they take the incentive, did CalPA do any or thought any about the consumer protection impacts that would have on customers who took service under these tariffs based on the 20-year promise from the commission?
So I'll say that we haven't seen any statute prohibiting a transition to this new tariff. In fact, we see it aligning with statute.
I'm not asking about statutory, I'm asking about consumer protection ramifications, consumer backlash.
Yes, that's why we include a incentive for a storage rebate to give that a value proposition to make this transition. And again, we have the successor tariff that still gives a rather generous payback period. And then on top of all of that, we do have to balance customer economics with reaching our state's equity and GHG goals. So there's a lot going into the equation here that we have to balance. But that is an important aspect, and I appreciate it.
Okay, unrelatedly, on that one of the last slides you had where you had the compliance or with the statute or consistency with the statute, and you checked the box for sustainable growth. Has CalPA done any market analysis on the analysis of the impacts that your proposal will have on the solar market?
We have not done that analysis. We've largely been looking at the cost burden and like trying to make sure that it's sustainable, and the fact that the impact to non-participants isn't running away from us. We do recognize in our proposal that we are moving towards a more of a mandating solar situation where we're putting solar on all new rooftops, which we think will continue healthy growth for the industry, as well as these great low-income programs. We have SOMA, DAC, SASH, all incenting rooftop solar. And again, here during our proposals, we have what we find generous payback periods for customers to have this value proposition of getting solar and hopefully paired storage as well.
But just to be clear, the answer to my question was no, right? You didn't really actually do the analysis to show the impact, correct?
We've not done the melding yet.
Okay.
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we have Brad Hevner, and that will be followed by Paul Chernick, Michael Boyd, Charles Adams, and Susanna Churchill. Mr. Hevner?
Good morning. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Alec. One simple question or two, following up on a question asked by Rick Umoff. You said this would impact all types of customers. So your reduced export rate would apply to commercial and agricultural customers. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And are there any other aspects of your proposal that would impact commercial and agricultural customers?
The proposal is set for all customer classes. We know there's an inequity right now on cost of service payment across residential and commercial. So we're trying to find a more standardized way to basically even the playing fields here.
Okay, I'm just not seeing other aspects, so I wanted to ask you if there, to your knowledge, that any of the pieces of your proposal would impact commercial.
Our GBC does vary by commercial class, so it wouldn't be the same by customer. So it would very much recognize that they're paying more of their cost of service. But what we have put forth here is what, again, is the tariff that we're recommending across all customer classes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we have Paul Chernick, to be followed by Michael Boyd, Charles Adams, Susanna Churchill, Tom Beach, and Nancy Ryder. Mr. Chernick?
Okay, thank you. So as I understand it, Alec, your proposal for the GBC is basically a charge for not using utility services for all of your energy. And I'm wondering whether you would apply the same charge for customers who add insulation or reduce their lighting or serve in the Army Reserves and are away a portion of the year. Would you also charge them for not using electricity?
No, we this came up a bit yesterday too, and we see energy efficiency and NEM as two very different things. We agree that there's a big difference between lowering electricity use through EE that provides the benefits of lowering their electricity throughout the day, not just during off peak. It also helps lowering charges, cost of the grid during peak. But also it's different than putting solar on rooftop, which helps them surpass a large number of these fixed costs. And it also allows an overcompensation currently due to the export, the amount we're paying for export energy. I also believe that the EE, there's some ways, I'm no expert in the proceeding, but there's some ways to keep the cost burden in check, while on the other hand, NEM has really been left able to run wild with cost burn. We've been seeing the impacts of that.
Okay, I also wondered about your description of a 13 to 15 year payback as generous. Back when I was involved in worrying about DSM program design, payback of 13 years was essentially equivalent to a penetration of 0. Do you have a different understanding about residential customers' willingness to take on a loan or take a lot of money out of their bank accounts and not see that paid back for 15 years, even at a 0 interest rate?
I mentioned in an earlier slide that 13 to 15 years is again a fraction of how long these systems can last. They'll be very effective, so it can be fully paid back early in the lifetime. So we see that as a very attractive value proposition.
Okay. So you're saying you would do that, in other words. But did you look at any studies of whether any significant number of residential customers, any significant number of households will make an investment that just barely pays itself back in 13 to 15 years with no return?
That's something that is a good question, a good point. That's something that we'll detail more in testimony. That's what we'll look at closely.
Okay. And just one little technical thing, you were talking about capping the export rate at retail rates. And does that mean over the course of the year or in any one averaging period? And are you doing that calculation minute by minute, or are you doing it month by month, or what?
So that is ensuring that within an export waiting TOU period, it doesn't go past or surpass retail rate. We see that as then causing a perverse incentive where customers would be able to, charge from the grid and then export for a greater amount of money immediately without providing extra benefits to the grid. So it's trying to avoid a situation like that.
No, I understand why you're trying to avoid it. Just asking, so is that even for 1 hour, you would not pay more than the retail rate? You would not do it over a day? Or when you say a period, is that over all the on-peak periods in the month?
It would be over the, we recommended a weighted average for ACC for valuing exports. So it would be ensuring that that hourly value is not surpassing retail rate.
So this is over the course of the year. The ACC, you'd be setting an ACC base value, and that would not be higher than the retail rate. But
yeah, at no point do we want the hourly value of exports to be above retail rate. That's throughout the entire year and for years to come as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Michael Boyd, followed by Charles Adams, Tom Beach, Nancy Ryder, and Mohit Chabra. But first, Alec, I want to ask you a question from the chat line. According to this graph, CalPA's proposal would eliminate less than half of NEM cost burden by 2030. What accounts for the remaining cost burden?
The remaining cost burden would come from there's still some ability to reduce the utilities are still reducing their customer income with these customers going off the grid. There's still these fixed costs that need to be compensated, and also the export still does compensate in a way that it is passing with ACC some of the need from non-participating customers to chip in.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Boyd. You're next.
Hi, Alex. Mike Boyd, CARE. My first question is regarding the grid benefits charge. I'm a NEM customer generator, and I feel a little uncomfortable with the word benefits in that. And I'm curious to know what service benefit do I get from paying this $6 to $6.52 a month grid benefits charge?
So the GBC is trying to make sure that we're fairly collecting from all customers the fixed costs of the systems. As I've said, NEM customers, they still are very reliant on the grid. They can import at any time. Most of their exports are during times when grid costs are actually low. So this is a way to kind of close that gap and to make sure that it's just not all being passed off, to have a good, healthy benefit grid they're still benefiting from, and not all going to non-participating customers. Also, there were a lot of points yesterday too about how wildfire, nuclear decommission, public programming. Just because you have a solar installation doesn't mean that you should be able to completely surpass a lot of these charges. It's actually for the public good and benefit, and everyone should be chipping into them. So it's more of ensuring that the playing field is leveled for customers with them and without them.
Okay, my second question, you mentioned when you were discussing the avoided cost calculator, the use of greenhouse gas emissions. I'm curious to know if conventional fossil fuel generation is used as one of the inputs into the avoided cost calculator. It's specifically natural gas.
Yeah, I'm no expert in the ACC. I know that it looks widely. It has, I believe, even though it was talking about yesterday from NRDC, how it does take into the equation natural gas, how it is takes into the equation renewable energies, utility, all in trying to find that marginal value. So we chose it as it's really the most comprehensive thing that we have at our disposal. The good thing about the ACC too is that it updates annually. It changes due to market conditions, as we expect this to change drastically over the coming years. It's a mechanism to do that. You know, it might not be perfect now for all parties, but that's also something that we're looking forward to working out in every ACC in the annual updates that I mentioned.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
It.
Thank you.
So next up, we have Charles Adams, to be followed by Tom Beach, Nancy Ryder, Mohit Chabra, and then a question in the Q&A. So, Mr. Adams, you'll have to unmute yourself.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Alec. Does your proposal examine why only 6% of the 2019 systems were paired with storage? I guess the question is do you feel that's all based on rate structure, or are items like an immature battery market, limited access to three-phase batteries, which eliminates commercial systems, questions over battery chemistry, safety, CAL FIRE code, things like that, are those considered, or do you feel that those are externalities and it's only your rate structure that is limiting storage. And a follow-up question to that would be, if these things are actually the driving force behind limited storage adoption, wouldn't a glide path be necessary?
We haven't had the time to look into what's really driving that 6%. That's something I think we'd be very excited to hear more about. So it'd be great if you could follow up, and yeah, we could take the conversation from there. But thank you for flagging it.
Okay, thank you. So next is Tom Beach, followed by Nancy Ryder, Mohit Chabra, and then we have a question followed by a question in the chat. So Mr. Beach?
Alex, can you hear me?
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great, thanks. So returning to the 15-year paybacks that you characterized as generous, yeah, that is double the payback that E3 suggested in the white paper. Have you looked at other solar markets in the U.S. that have a 15-year payback, and to see what the solar uptake is in those markets?
We haven't had a chance to dive into that yet. That's something we're actually starting, and I believe we might include in testimony. I know yesterday the utilities had seemed to have done a more comprehensive look at comparison on this front, so that's something we're going to look at as well. But I would also note that the customer value is extremely important, making sure that it stays within reach of the payback. But again, we need to make sure that our state goals, equity, that GHG, that we're not cutting out other venues towards reaching GHG reduction goals are detrimented by one program or another. So it really is a balance to try to set here.
And if I could just ask a quick detailed question, you're proposing export rates that are set based on the single year ACC value. Would those export rates change every time the ACC is updated, such that a customer who puts solar on really doesn't know what export rates they're going to get over the life of their system?
Yes, we are recommending that it would do that. That's it's the same thing that happens with rates. We just need to make sure that what we're paying them is being responsive to market conditions. So it would change with the ACC and remain up to date in that sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next up we have Nancy Rader, and that's followed by Mohit Chabra, and then a question in chat. So Nancy?
Hi there. Hi, Alec. I also wanted to commend your slide 11. I agree with Commissioner Guzman-Estevez. It's extremely helpful, and I hope to see some visual like that for all of the proposals. But as a ratepayer advocate, I'm just wondering, how would you justify? I'm kind of surprised that the blue bars, only reduced the red bar by less than half. And how would you justify that to the average customer? What benefit do they get, either individually or as a citizen? What benefit do they get from that $3 or $4 billion remaining cost burden?
Thank you, Nancy. That's a good question. What we're trying to do here is really eliminate the cost burden as effectively as we possibly can. But we also need to do that in a way that is sustainable for the industry, that's sustainable for hitting our GHG goals, making sure DERs play a part of the equation, but also, again, at the same time, balancing and making sure that we are having plenty of venues available for wind, utility scale, all others. So what we're trying to do here is respond to statute by ensuring that the sustainability remains, and also doing it in a way that balances with our state GHG and equity goals. I agree, it doesn't completely answer the cost burden, but it does take a big, meaningful step towards lowering it, which is, again, meaningful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And next up, we have Mohit Chabra, and I have two other questions, one in the chat, one in the Q&A.
Good afternoon, Alec, or almost afternoon. You can hear me as you?
We can.
Yeah. So my question is on adoption and growth. And because product sales depend on a lot of things, a financially viable product, marketing, sales, etc. So with regards to customer adoption, do the public advocates think that the CPUC needs to provide a financially viable product through this tariff that the industry can then sell? Or does the public advocates think that the CPUC's job is to guarantee some amount of sales? So in other words, in your opinion, where is the boundary between public CPUC responsibility to ensure a viable product versus private actions by firm to sell said product?
Right, that's a good question. We are the ratepayer advocates, so the ratepayers as a whole are our priority focus and ensuring that this cost burden is not ballooning onto them. So again, we think there is a way to balance this, ensuring that there's still a good consumer evaluation, but we need to make sure that we're hitting our state goals, that we're not ballooning onto ratepayers and non-participants, including low-income customers, because we've seen them, they have not been able to participate very well in them so far. So doing it in a way that hits our goals, ensures a non-ballooning payback cost burden, those are priorities, and we think should be really first and foremost.
Thank you, Alec.
Thank you. I have a couple questions from the chat and from the Q&A. First, from Brad Hevner. He says he has not been able to figure out how your GBC is calculated. Is there a straightforward dollar per kilowatt amount for residential and a separate one for commercial? And would it be different for each customer?
So it would be different for each customer. We will detail it more in testimony, but the reason it's different for each customer is because it's again trying to close the gap between what they were paying for grid costs, their fair share of grid costs before they installed solar, and what they are now paying after solar. And it's closing that gap, but that gap is different for each customer, depending on the size of their system, what customer classes, and so forth. It would be different for, excuse me, I'm saying customer, I'm meaning customer class. So it'll be different for each customer class. We'll find a way to quantify that gap for customer classes and set to the accurate GBC for that. Again, that's something that we're going to detail more in our testimony.
Great. And I believe I just have two more questions for you. First, from Sam White. Have the payback timeframe considered the weighted average cost of capital and discounted future savings in a way comparable to that applied by utilities? And if not, why not?
I would have to, again, defer that to our rates team, very accomplished team that gets more into the minutiae of our payback periods. I believe, again, that we will be detailing, providing similar formulas for our payback periods and testimony.
Okay, and then what I believe is your final question, from Andrew Gong. Does the PAO proposal account for any additional cost to the utilities to handle the data involved with instantaneous net billing credits? And other utilities that have instantaneous netting in their net metering tariffs have often kept a 15-minute or 1-hour netting interval because of the difficulties in tracking instantaneous imports and exports.
I don't believe we've accounted for that. I've been told by our rates team that there is a possibility in doing instantaneous, and with the current technology and smart meters that are out there, but haven't accounted for that specifically.
Okay, and I'm sorry, there is one more, well, possibly two more questions. One more question from Rick Umoff. Mr. Umoff, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi there, Alec. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Rick.
Great, thank you. So have you guys looked at whether the state could feasibly meet its 2030 and later GHG emission reduction goals if your tariff were adopted? Given the amount of utility scale resources, transmission use, and land use that would be needed to meet those goals?
I know that that was, excuse me, I'm getting some messages here. Can you rephrase the question?
Yeah, have you looked at, if your tariff was adopted, could the state feasibly and cost effectively meet its GHG emission reduction goals, given the amount of utility scale resources that would need to be built, the amount of transmission that would need to be built, and the amount of land use that would be needed to meet those goals, with this tariff being adopted and the impact it would have on the DG market?
Great, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'd point to our calculation that shows that NEM just isn't as cost effective as other renewable energies right now. We see that it's about 6 times more expensive than the average RPS contract. I mean, we have really but so much money to spend on hitting these climate goals, and it should go to the most cost effective areas. So we actually think that this could help create a more holistic approach towards reaching those GHG goals. As again, we kind of, all boots on board to get there. And that includes also building electrification. That includes electric vehicle adoption. And if NEM is continuing to drive up electrical costs there, then that really makes it a harder value proposition for customers that are looking to convert to these instruments that are really going to help us hit our GHG goals. So again, we think if you zoom out a little bit and look at the entire picture, these policy proposals play an important part of that.
So NEM, as compared to current RPS contracts, is not a very good proxy for meeting our GHG goals. And, have you guys looked at the new DER case, for example, in the IRP, and whether or not it'd really be feasible to build that much utility scale resource and use that much land and build that much transmission as is called for in that case? Because essentially your proposal would result in something close to that case. And, as far as we can tell, and we represent utility scale solar developers, that's not feasible for the state, and that would be extremely costly.
Our proposal is, again, recognizing the important role that DERs play in our renewable energy future. That's why we, again, have a good value proposition for customers. And as to your question as to, have we been specifically modeling and looking at the IRP, that's actually another team at Cal Advocates. So we haven't done that yet, but that's something that we'll, again, look at and may be able to include and flesh out more in testimony.
Okay, I just encourage you to look at, the realities of what your tariff would do to the market and whether it would really allow for DERs to be used as a strategy realistically for meeting our goals, and then what that would cost the state if we were not to use the built environment to help meet our GHG emission reduction goals.
Thank you, Rick.
Okay, there are at least one more, there is at least one more hand up, but I really want to give us at least a 4-minute break to have a stretch before we move on to the next section, and also to give Alec a break. He's been on he had many questions. So, and also to give the judge a quick break. So we will be back in 3 minutes to begin our next section. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, everyone, thank you. And thank you for letting us take a break. Next up, we have Jin No from California Energy Storage Association. Robert, could we have the presentation for CISA?
Hi, Your Honor. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Hello, Your Honor. This is Robert Stanford. Sorry to interrupt. Just want to let you know that the person that's manning the slides stepped away just for one more minute. Please stand by until I can update the slides. Sorry about the interruption.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
And no worries, Your Honor. I can just begin with some introduction, maybe save us some time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, staff and Commissioner, for giving CISA this opportunity to present our NEM 3.0 proposal today. Just by way of background, CISA is an industry trade organization that represents over 100 companies in the storage ecosystem, including many who view NEM as a critical policy means to achieve our long-term decarbonization goals. So, we believe energy storage is a critical enabling technology that can enhance NEM generators and allow NEM generation to be delivered to periods of the greatest value. And so, which is being reflected in changing retail rate structures and proposals submitted by many parties. So we're still in the process of reviewing the various proposals and have enjoyed and appreciated the presentations thus far, which have been helpful in understanding how CISA's proposals might potentially be overlaid onto the different proposals. And so on the next slide, I wanted to begin by framing our two proposals as storage enhancement proposals to help modernize the NEM successor tariff, which could provide increased flexibility and choice for customers to pair storage with NEM generators in a way that not only follow the tariff rules and requirements and incentives by whatever successor tariff proposal is adopted, but also gives the ability to support more flexible siting and deployment of storage where it makes sense to do so, and to support the value stack of NEM systems to provide broader grid services, to provide resiliency benefits, et cetera. And so on the next slide, our first proposal is to modernize the NEM tariff to enable virtual storage pairing. So this proposal is actually inspired by the Clean Peak standard regulations and policies that were adopted in Massachusetts. We've been tracking that from afar, and we have a number of member companies who are directly involved in many of those developments. The Clean Peak standard there is designed to provide incentives to clean energy technologies that can supply electricity or, I believe demand response also qualifies during seasonal peak demand periods that are established by their Department of Energy Resources, DOER. And in their CPS, energy storage systems are able to qualify to receive the Clean Peak energy certificates if you're storing and discharging qualifying RPS eligible renewable energy, either through physical co-location, which is done today here in California for utility scale RPS projects per the RPS eligibility handbook, and also for the purposes of NEM eligibility, which I believe a 2014 decision kind of cited the eligibility handbook to extend similar type of eligibility for storage in the NEM tariff. But in that Clean Peak standard, there's also an option for contractual pairing, where you have a energy storage resource that is able to demonstrate to the satisfaction of the department that it is paired with a qualified RPS resource, and that standalone storage system operates primarily to store and discharge renewable energy. And so to that end, we're hoping that potentially whatever successor tariff is adopted here, we could adopt similar types of storage enhancements that could enable a broader set of storage resources to be paired. And so within the Clean Peak standard, they've actually identified specific periods where charging is coincident with typically high renewable energy production periods. And they've specifically defined across different seasons the solar-based charging hours, the wind-based charging hours, and we're hoping that we think the NEM successor tariff can evolve in similar ways to incorporate similar features to whatever successor tariff is adopted. So currently, storage eligibility for NEM credits is premised on storage being solely capable of charging from the NEM eligible generation, which makes sense to provide the greatest assurances that we do not provide NEM credits for a grid charged stored energy. And my understanding is, for these reasons, storage eligibility was established by leveraging the definitions for RPS and REC purposes, where storage is eligible only in cases where the system is directly connected or physically integrated. And so in this opportunity, in this proceeding, we're hoping that this requirement could potentially evolve for NEM purposes to achieve that same intent of providing NEM credits for stored energy from the NEM eligible generation, even if it's not physically co-located, and leverage the existing metering and billing processes in place to enable that. And so with some form of upfront tariff requirements that could legally or contractually tie storage charging to periods of its virtually paired NEM generation, we're hoping to expand the menu of options for supporting integration of NEM generation, which could support more flexible deployment, utilization of standalone storage systems at different sites, etc. But unlike the Massachusetts case, we're hoping that upfront tariff requirements could be established to avoid a case-by-case review of contracts that's currently being done by Massachusetts Department, which might not support the scalability of this enhancement. And so our proposal at this stage is still conceptual in nature, and we wanted to see the range of core tariff proposals to see how our proposal could be overlaid. And so we plan to iterate and refine our proposal with more specifics in upcoming testimony, but of course, feedback is always appreciated. But ultimately, at its core, our virtual proposal would, time match energy storage charging with NEM with a contractually linked or tariff linked NEM generation resource, so that the export compensation rate would be established for the time of export for that storage resource. And the time matching, it could be done across TOU periods of peak, partial peak, off peak, super off peak, or it could be done more granularly across different time intervals. And it would really ultimately depend on how granular we want to do this type of accounting. And we understand it's going to require two accounts, whether for generation or benefiting customer accounts, and mechanisms might need to be developed as to how these credits could be allocated as well. So even though this makes things more complicated compared to having a single customer account, we're hoping that implementation of this is leveraging some of the platforms in place for VNEM and NEM aggregation. And then on the next slide, and we're still thinking about how many of these details could be worked out and overlaid onto any of the different proposal options that are being that have been submitted, and account for what should actually be the appropriate compensation rate for the virtually paired storage resource. I mean, we don't have positions at this time on the right core proposal, but we did try to do some thinking in submitting our proposal on what those export compensation rates could be, assuming that parties might submit proposals that are tied to retail rates or under net billing structures. And under a retail rate structure, you can imagine that this could be fairly complex if we have different customers on different rate schedules. And so there's open questions as to what is the appropriate export rate that we set for storage exports to the grid. And I'm still undecided as to what would be the appropriate rate. We'll need to think that one through. But it could potentially be simplified by pairing customers on the same rate schedule, even though that could potentially be overly limiting to pairing options. For community storage, some of these complexities are reduced since there is no on-site customer load to serve, as I'm aware. And then under net billing or value of DER proposals, this could be simplified if we have a common export rate, regardless of NEM customer. And then other complexities around locational value or pricing seems to not be a factor at the moment based on the proposals that we've seen. But that's another consideration. But on the locational side, we're still thinking through whether locational bounds should be set. We don't want to overly restrict the locational bounds, which could limit the pool of virtual pairing options. But there may be considerations around assurances of solar exports being used to charge the virtually paired resource. So for example, if you had a storage resource that's located hundreds of miles away, is it reasonable to pair separately sited generation and storage and attribute that storage charging even if it's time matched? Especially since if we also think about the physical constraints of solar generation, can that virtually paired storage resource actually support the integration of that solar generation? And then of course there's interconnection considerations as well, where to date a lot of the co-located storage has been able to take advantage of study processes and cost allocation policies for NEM generation systems. And so there's still a question that we need to resolve around how these policies and processes could apply to virtually paired storage resources. And then on the next slide, with these concepts and features in mind, the reason why we're advocating for virtual pairing is because I think it opens up many possibilities for supporting storage deployments. For various reasons, whether it's cost, space constraints, there could be certain constraints that make it more optimal to virtually pair with offsite storage. And this could also be a means to enable different forms of storage and provide a value for storage exports currently, which is not valued or compensated unless you're actually tied with or paired with NEM generation at this time. And so, one thing we appreciated from previous presentations was PCF's proposal for in front of the meter community storage as well, which was explored to a degree back in 2017 in the storage rulemaking. And that was ultimately punted due to the some of the ambient storage would qualify for QF status. But I think there's a tremendous opportunity to enable community in front of the meter storage with this virtual pairing type of concept, and to also leverage the embedded storage capabilities in EV chargers and EVs themselves, which in the Rule 21 proceeding, we've been working hard to develop interconnection pathways for these essentially mobile storage resources that have inverters, have bidirectional capabilities, but absent an export compensation rate, there's potentially stranded value there for delivering those exports. And we even got a direction from the Commission in the December VGI strategies decision, directing parties to this proceeding to explore how V2G exports could be valued and operationalized for providing storage. So with all that said, I want to move on to maybe the second proposal. I'll quickly run through the second proposal, and it's might be a little more straightforward, and it's related to removing paired storage sizing limits. On the next slide, we're generally pleased to see some of the forward-looking NEM features in parties' proposals around the sizing of the NEM generator, which might be overly limiting if we account for future end-use electrification with customer adoption of EVs, heat pump water heaters, et cetera, et cetera. And with these changes, maybe sizing of the energy storage system per existing rules may naturally increase as a result. And so it might not be as imperative. But notwithstanding that, there could be different ways in which previous policies that the Commission has adopted in the microgrids proceeding could be institutionalized on a more permanent basis for the successor tariff. And so on the next slide, just wanted to share that we're hoping that this type of storage enhancement proposal that would remove these storage sizing limitations could be a more permanent, modernized feature of the NEM tariff that allows for more flexible storage sizing to support on-site customer resiliency needs. This was, recognized by the Commission in that microgrid's decision to support customer resiliency needs when the grid is down for hours or days. But it was adopted as a temporary 3-year solution and established a 10 kW cutoff for system size. But given the ever-present resiliency needs and the opportunity for more flexible storage sizing to enable broader grid services, we're hoping that this type of modernization proposal could be adopted on a long-term basis. And of course, we need to think through the interconnection process or cost-related implications since the status quo was established with some of these limits in mind. And that concludes my presentation, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any questions? I'm seeing a couple hands up, but I think they may be left over from the last set of questions. But Mr. Chernick, do you have a question?
My
Mr.
apologies, I left my hand up.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Boyd, do you have a question?
Yes, Your Honor, just a short one. I'm looking at your last slide here, and it's talking about this 10 kilowatt system size cutoff. Is that for the size of the battery or the size of the NEM system?
Yeah, size of the storage system.
So you could have a 12 kilowatt battery, say like a Tesla Powerwall, and that wouldn't, and then have like up to 10 kilowatt NEM system to go with that 12 kilowatt Tesla battery. Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all my question is. Thank you for your answer.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And I am not seeing any other questions. Let me just quickly scroll through. All right. Thank you, Mr. No. We appreciate your time. So next up, we have Steve Scher from Foundation. And Mr. Scher, please feel free to use the full 10 minutes, and I think we'll be okay with the full 10 minutes. I apologize for the mix-up in the agenda.
Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. Thank you so much. And I'll try to be quick. I think our proposal is one of the more straightforward ones, and maybe we'll be able to squeeze it in before lunchtime.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for all the hard work today and yesterday, and Commissioner Guzman-Aceves and all participants. It's been a really interesting couple of days. We've learned a lot. And as you probably have seen, our proposal is pretty straightforward. What we're urging for a very limited set of customers in the commercial industrial space to effectively, and we can go to the next slide, to effectively leave what's working in place. We have these large customers using wind behind the meter, larger than a megawatt, effectively producing electricity when the grid needs it most. And the compensation seems to be well suited to continue sustainable growth, and significantly not, as far as we can tell, and as far as we can tell from running a number of cases on the burden model, creating any sort of a cost shift to non-participating customers. So that's really the core of our proposal. We have a couple of ancillary components of our proposal that relate to advances in wind energy technology. As many people are probably aware, turbines are getting larger, more windswept area, small footprint, extremely exciting for the wind industry in general. But it creates a unique challenge for behind the meter because oftentimes what you'll see is there are terrific locations for deploying wind behind the meter, but if the smallest wind turbine you can get is a 2 megawatt turbine, there may be loads that are just not quite big enough to match that. And so we'd urge the commission to make findings that might help harmonize the technology with the current language in the statute, which references on-site load. And last but not least, we do have a legacy issue from NEM 1.0 where certain turbines, again, already in 2008 when we started installing turbines, at least there was nothing on the market smaller than a megawatt, and in fact most turbines were already larger than that. And so some of these turbines have had to be artificially derated, depriving customers and frankly the grid at large of substantial benefits. So let's quickly go to the next slide. I spoke briefly about the cost shift. This is also discussed in our proposal. I won't spend a lot of time here, but several parties to this proceeding have already made, I think, an important distinction, which we would simply echo and emphasize that there is a substantial difference between residential and non-residential customers when looking at cost-benefit analysis. We can slice that non-residential category up into smaller categories, but in general, we agree with the broad sentiment that I've heard over the last couple of days that non-residential customers are probably net makers and not takers into the system. And we would just point out that again, as far as we've been able to see with these larger customers deploying behind the meter wind, by every measure of the benefit cost ratio, you're seeing well above 1.0, and the RIM is 1.32 on the Verdant study. And we think that there'd be a sort of a perverse application of AB 327 if we were to shift more costs onto these customers that are already paying well above their fair share. And we would even point out that some of the costs that they bear are not fully reflected in the Verdant study. We can spend a little more time on that in our testimony, but at this point, I've just flagged that as an issue that there are a lot of costs that just aren't captured there. Let's go to the next slide. And again, this has also been highlighted. I think Nancy Rader at CalWEA said it best when we talked about the benefits of a diversity of resources on the grid. Several other parties have talked about it. We wholeheartedly agree with folks from the storage space have to say about this as well. The nice thing about wind is you can actually plug some of those same critical post-duct curve holes without an additional investment in storage. So what we've got in this California wind resource is just kind of a unique climatic circumstance where you have the what we call the thermal trough in the Central Valley heating up and pulling that cold air onshore from the Eastern Pacific through these particular channels in our topography that is best to that's the best place to put your wind turbines. And so we're seeing, and as you can see from these curves, and as well as from the CalISO daily supply trend graph that I think we saw yesterday, where you see wind coming up just in those late afternoon, early evening hours. Certainly in the summer, you can see unfortunately, the hardest curve to see here is the July curve, where the effect is most dramatic. Let's go to the next slide. And just putting a further emphasis on this point, we have a number of projects up and running in Salinas Valley, and the dependable Salinas Valley air conditioning comes on strong right in those late afternoon, early evening hours, all through the summer. And these, if you're looking at how reliable this is, we're looking at capacity factors getting up to 90% in these critical hours. So again, you're getting the benefit of renewable generation, and even a combination of renewable generation and storage. We like the storage application just because it can be applied geographically much more broadly than wind. But wind alone, where it works about as good as anything that we've got. Let's go to the next slide. And this is just to illustrate what we're talking about in the other two components of our proposal. trying to emphasize the fact that wind turbines are getting larger. Basically the average available fleet, according to LBNL, is over 2.5 megawatts. So yeah, you'll see a few smaller turbines out there here and there, but by and large, they're being replaced, and anything you want to buy new off of the line is going to come in at pretty much at 2 megawatts or above, unless you go to some of the more boutique manufacturers who serve typically more residential loads for folks who are off grid. And we would, I guess what we would really ask the commission to do is consider a way to help continue to sustain this important sector by making certain findings that would allow these turbines that are, again, getting larger, getting more efficient, to, if they must, because of the technology, exceed the side of the load, still be installed and allowed under the NEM statute. And we would point out here that, in the event that there were some excess generation going to the grid, under the current tariff, that net excess compensation is valued at DLAP, which, again, given this generation profile and some of the most valuable times of day and of the season, is probably a pretty good deal for ratepayers. And let's go to the next slide. So just coming back around to the conclusions, keep what's working, use the valuable wind resource, let's address unnecessary size limits, and generally, encourage economic benefits for, California's rural industrial sector. And I think it is important to underscore that, wind energy is a property taxpayer here in the state of California, and those are substantial contributions to the communities in which they're sited. Just a couple of timing issues on the next slide. We with wind, currently Congress has elected to end wind energy tax credits at the end of this year. So the sooner we can get a signal from the commission about direction on this issue would be probably put right to work, and shovels are getting ready. Just also wanted to mention, I know there's discussion in the proceeding about legacy treatment of existing customers. If, and we don't think this should be the case, there were a change to existing customers, but if that were to, or if we did not simply go forward with the existing NEM 2.0 and decided to change direction, we would encourage the commission to, at the very least, let those projects that are, already underway at the time of the decision, and by underway we would mean anybody who's filed an interconnection application and paid a study fee, to at least proceed under the legacy tariffs. And with that, I'll turn it over to questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And so at this time, I will take any questions. Again, please raise your hands or type a question in the chat line, or excuse me, the Q&A. Mr. Gong, I see that you have a question. Okay, his question has already been asked. Mr. Boyd, do you have a question?
Yes, Your Honor. I have two.
Please proceed.
Okay, the first one is about the DLAP, or departing load aggregation point. To your knowledge, is that an all source a day ahead market price based on both fossil and renewable resources?
I'm not certain. I think it is. This is, this comes from the net compensation rule, the net surplus compensation rule, and that is my understanding.
Okay, thank you. My second question is,
I should
we're talking about the 1 megawatt cap right now and how that adversely affects your export capabilities. I'm curious to know if a 3 megawatt standard tariff would work for you.
It's a great question. It probably, for behind the meter, at least currently in 2021, we're probably not looking at turbines going behind the meter any larger than 2 and change, realistically. So, but that being said, there are a couple of applications where we have come in. Yeah, actually, I don't know if that cap would work, come to think of it. There's enough load out there that I think as long as the load could support it, we would want to at least go as large as that load would go. And remember, under NEM 2.0, there is no cap, but under NEM 1, there is the 1 megawatt cap. So I think we already have that ability under the statute. The question would be is if you ended up with a load that is, let's say, smaller than maybe the smallest turbine, the smallest utility scale turbine, let's say 2 megawatts. What do you do at that point? Are you going to be forced to go back to what you had to do in NEM 1.0 and derate that turbine and actually put a substantial amount of wear and tear on the hardware that you probably shouldn't do under all other things being equal?
If I'm the only person, I'd like to ask one more question, Your Honor.
Sure, go ahead.
And I did want to clarify my answer to the previous question. There is if you do sell energy on the net surplus compensation tariff, you will also be compensated if you also decide to sell the renewable energy credit associated with that to the utility, and then of course the utility has that for RDS compliance purposes.
Okay, I didn't quite follow the last answer.
Yeah, the DLAP is a if you will a all sources power figure, but it can be a renewable unit if the generator decides to sell the REC to the utility. They'll receive additional compensation for the renewable attributes associated with that generation if they elect to do that.
So I'm curious also, I'm self-certified as a qualifying facility at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And if you're under a megawatt, they don't require you to self-certify anymore. It's just an automatic thing. So I'm curious if these turbines are self-certifying at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission because they're over a megawatt. And if you don't know the answer, that's okay too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I can only speak to what our company has done, and every turbine is self-certified with FERC.
Great.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have all earned an additional 5 minutes for lunch. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back at 1:25. Thank you all. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I just wanted to give a few pointers before we proceed. I have been told that a representative of Cal Chambers has joined us, Ms. Silverthorne, and so we will. She will be providing a 5-minute presentation this afternoon. We did not have a speaker identified, so thank you. Also, right as we were leaving, Susanna Churchill had a question with respect to testimony. I will address all of those questions later this afternoon. And with that, I want to go ahead and proceed with our first presentation this afternoon, and that is from Sierra Club. Representing Sierra Club is Matthew Vespa. Mr. Vespa, please proceed.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to present today. So just framing our proposal, we really tried to approach it in terms of modernizing and updating the NEM program to maximize environmentally beneficial outcomes and really sharpen it as a tool to achieve deeper decarbonization that we're going to need to meet our climate goals. And that meant a couple things. First, we were really intentional about trying to encourage building electrification of vehicles. And so on the for rooftop solar customers, that meant creating a compensation structure that really encourages adoption of electric appliances and vehicles by increasing the operational savings compared to fossil fuel alternatives. And for non-NEM customers, consistent with what comments from PAO earlier today, we really tried to limit impacts to non-participants so they wouldn't be discouraged from electrifying due to higher rates. We also see deployment of rooftop solar at levels around what they are today as really being essential for us to meet our SB 100 goals. And so we wanted to make sure the transition to the successor tariff was really gradual and didn't function to create the market and gave time to adjust to lower export compensation rates and time for the battery market to mature. Can we go to the next slide? So this is where we landed. The first part of the proposal is transitioning NEM 1.0 and 2.0 customers to electrification-friendly rates 8 years from interconnection, or maybe more accurately, the beginning of the year following the 8th year of interconnection. For the successor tariff customers, we would start them all on an electrification-friendly rate. That was similar to something the IOUs proposed yesterday. But then we would instead decrease gradually toward avoided cost in 1 gigawatt tranches. So the first set of successor tariff customers would lock in the electrification rate for exports, though it would be net billing. It would lock in that rate. The rate would not, it would be locked in for 20 years. It would not escalate with retail, which is a little bit different, I think, than what the solar parties are proposing. The next tranche of customers, the export credits would decrease by 10% toward avoided cost compensation until your exports land at where avoided cost is. We're also proposing, just given that I think past electric demand isn't necessarily what future demand will be as we electrify, that system size is based on demand for an all-electric home and 2 electric vehicles. But we're also proposing that net surplus compensation at the end of the year, if there is any, would go to help fund low-income clean energy programs instead of being given back to the customer. Next slide, please. Okay, so why electrification-friendly rates for existing NEM customers? When we started sort of determining how we were going to do this, we did data requests to all the utilities to really understand what rates current NEM customers are on. It became very clear there are gigawatts of customers, NEM 1 customers on tiered rates, which provide no price signal. And even the ones on the TOU rates, particularly for PG&E, it's not very well differentiated. So there really aren't very good price signals, and the exports aren't really aligned well with value. And so when we say electrification-friendly rate, what we're talking about is a rate with at least a 2-to-1 differential between the peak summer evening period and the midday rate. And this will have a lot of benefits. It will reduce rate impacts on non-participants. It also provides price signals that would incentivize further adoption of decarbonization technologies like heat pump water heaters and batteries and electric vehicles. And we have retained Synapse to help kind of model some of those changes and show how much more the operational savings would be if you move from a default TOU rate to a more differentiated one, compared to just continuing to use a fossil fuel appliance. And we'll present that in our testimony. The next slide. This is from the E3 report. It's just to highlight again that this is sort of showing the solar profile compared to cost at different times of day. And there really isn't a lot of alignment between midday solar generation and the periods of highest cost. And the current rates NEM customers are on, don't reflect this change at all. Tiered rates obviously give you no price signal, and the TOU rates aren't that differentiated. Next slide. And it's not just about price, it's also about really incentivizing, I think, the most environmentally beneficial conduct. And so this is, I just pulled this from the CAISO. They do these monthly greenhouse gas emission reports. And so this is hourly for, one of these is for January of just 2021, this past year. The other one is from last July. And you can see really as a function of solar success that the hours of lowest greenhouse gas intensity are in the middle of the day now across the year. And so what that means is we want to encourage NEM customers to use that energy, maybe through electrification, or shift it to later points of the day through batteries or demand response technologies. And the current rate structures aren't really doing a good job at doing that. Next slide. So just this is just to give you an example, this is the default rate ETOU for PG&E, and you can see here it's like a 1 to 1.2 differential between peak and off peak. It's really basically a flat rate. Next slide. And so the commission is well within its legal authority and past commission precedent to do that. We look back at some of the decisions, and they repeatedly say over and over that existing NEM customers have the right to NEM, which means getting retail rates for 20 years, but there is no right to an underlying rate structure. Next slide. And so we talk about some of these in our proposal. These are the 3 decisions that are relevant. In fact, there was even an argument in, I think, the rates decision, the one in 2015, where I think C and Vote Solar had argued that NEM customers should stick to the same rate for 20 years, and that was rejected as unreasonable. So there is no entitlement to rates. And doing this, I think, is really a necessary update and one that's really consistent with what the commission has signaled in past decisions. Next slide. And so what do we say by electrification-friendly rates? We look through existing rates. This is EV2. This is one that would have the differential above 2 to 1 between peak and off-peak summer rates. So here you see it's 50 cents from 4 to 9 and 18 cents from midnight to 3 p.m. Next slide. This is SCE's TOU prime, similar, 44 cents on peak, 17 cents off peak. Now, SDG&E, when our review of their rates, they do not have a qualifying rate yet, but it's our understanding they'll propose sort of an electrification-friendly rate in September as part of its rate design window application. And we would propose that be the rate that be used there. We would also like the commission to signal that rate should have similar features to the electric rates adopted by the other utilities in terms of the differential and any fixed cost. Next slide. So this is admittedly a coarse comparison, but just to sort of see how the rates stack up. This is comparing the default TOU rate for PG&E, ETOU, the exports, assuming that exports are at the reduced baseline credit with the EV2 rate. So you're seeing a 36% reduction in export compensation from morning till 3 p.m. We also put in the ELEC rate, which is proposed. This is how PG&E proposed it, just to give you a sense of it. That rate isn't final and would probably be modified somewhat before it's adopted. This is part of being proposed in PG&E's GRC2, phase 2 proceeding. Okay, next slide. And this is comparing the default TOU for SCE with TOU prime. It is not as much of a decrease. It's, again, using the baseline rates. And I think that's more a function of the fact that SCE, their default rate is more differentiated than PG&E's was. Next slide. And so we see this as a really good also marketing opportunity, educational opportunity for really what are the million now existing NEM customers. So there's really a million opportunities here to encourage them to go deeper in their decarbonization journey and not just be sort of maybe net zero energy, but be zero emissions through flipping out gas appliances and a internal combustion vehicle. And so this is just something we saw that kind of, this is the website for SCE's TOU Prime. It sort of describes the new rate. There's a little thing in the corner there about, hey, did you know if you charge it at a certain time, it's less than $2 per gallon. And so we would envision the utilities informing NEM customers about the change, why the change is occurring, ways to maximize value under the new rate structure through, for example, heat pump water heater adoption, battery storage adoption, electric vehicles, how that could increase their operational savings compared to fossil fuel alternatives, the greenhouse gas benefits of that, and so on. What rebates may exist in that utility service territory to help fund adoption of those things. So this would be part of the proposal to really use this as an educational tool for existing NEM customers. Next slide. And so when would this occur? If you look at the existing cases, basically you could do it anytime 5 years after the interconnection. We propose 8 years after interconnection, and I think it was just sort of at that point, I think the systems will be paid off. And these slides show, they're from the look back study and from the white paper. The one with the yellow bars is sort of cumulative solar deployment. The one with the green and blue is annual and differentiates between NEM 1 and NEM 2 deployment. And so if we just took 8 years from interconnection, and realistically, this probably all wouldn't happen until 2023, January 1st, 2023, if we took that as the date. And then you're talking about everyone that interconnected from then you look at 2022, everyone that interconnected 8 years before that, 2014 and before, that's capturing maybe under 2.5 gigawatts of the NEM 1 customers. It's a good chunk of NEM 1. And then that sort of is the point where I think deployment really started to increase annually. So then you're bringing in each year after that, maybe close to another gigawatt of NEM customers and converting them to a more highly differentiated rate. So that's where we landed in terms of when this would occur, although I think the commission has discretion to do anything from 5 years forward. Okay, next slide. So in terms of the successor tariff, just the big picture here, this is from the recently adopted SB 100 Joint Agency Report. And I just think it's really something in terms of the scale of what we have to achieve to reach SB 100 objectives. It's just a lot more deployment of everything, a lot more deployment of utility scale solar. And you can see here a lot more deployment of customer-sided solar as well, tons more storage. And this came up in the discussion earlier today, but we really see needing to have customer-sided storage is really a key part of reaching SB 100. There's only so much land to go around. There's lots of utility scale solar that has to be built already under these assumptions. This would need more transmission. Is there even space? And also, this is now becoming national. Our neighboring states, Nevada, Arizona, have their own 100% targets. That's they've got to build there. So we really want to make sure that we're still continuing a pace as we go to the successor tariff in terms of the customer-sided deployment. Next slide. So our proposal is, again, starting customers on the electrification friendly rate. And then you would decline by 10% toward avoided cost in various tranches of a gigawatt. Until you reached avoided cost, and in each, the export compensation that you had, if you're in a particular vintage, would last for 20 years. Next slide. So how this might work, if we take the SCE TOU Prime example, is their off-peak hours are 17 cents. So if you're in that first tranche, you get locked in at 17 cents for 20 years. That does not go up with retail, it's flat. I think we're trying to balance certainty for the customer without having this sort of escalated rate that might create additional cost shifts in future years. And the gigawatt would be divided across utilities proportionally, and each step down would happen independently by utility. So for example, if PG&E was deploying faster than SCE, those step downs at PG&E service territory would occur more quickly than SCE's. So once you get to the next tranche, you look at what the avoided cost calculator was for that TOU period. It would just be sort of average across the TOU period. We are looking at the short run costs here for the avoided cost calculator. I know that came up earlier. So let's just say hypothetically that is 7 cents. There's a 10-cent difference So your next tranche would be a 16-cent export and then 15 cents and so on until you get to avoided cost. And the 10 gigawatts may seem like a lot to get to avoided cost, but if you looked at that SB 100 study, I mean, we're talking about 28 gigawatts of additional rooftop solar to get to SB 100. So it's still a fraction of what we're going to need to really build this out. And all that future deployment would be at avoided cost. Okay, next slide. Okay, and the last point was to increase the potential system size to accommodate an all-electric home and 2 electric vehicles. And this was something, actually an idea we got out of a recent decision in Connecticut, which is exactly what they did. And we put the language in the site to that in our proposal. But then we had this other, we saw in Oregon, they used the net surplus compensation to help fund low-income programs, which we thought would be a good idea because then it would sort of be a use it or lose it situation with the increased system size and encourage people to actually deploy the things they say they were going to deploy when they expanded the system, or if not, that would go to help further equity objectives. Next. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and take questions now. Please click on the hand raise button. And first up is Nancy Rader.
Hi there. Thanks, Matt. A lot of interesting ideas there. In citing the SB 100 study, though, I'm wondering whether you're considering the fact that the 28 gigawatts of new customer solar was an input to that study, not an output. Same with IRP to date. It has not been, customer solar has not been evaluated for its cost effectiveness as a part of the overall plan. And so I just want to, that's one of my frustrations about this whole thing is that we haven't evaluated what the cost-effective level of customer solar is.
Yeah, I hear that, and I am aware that that was a projection of future growth. At the same time, from our perspective, it does sort of, I think, kind of reflect the proper delineation between utility scale versus distributed, given the various distributed generation benefits around avoided land use and resiliency. And certainly we need a lot more distributed generation in load pockets, transmission constrained areas to help retire gas plants. So yeah, I see that that is what it is, but it's at the same time, it seemed like the right split for CRP.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
And next up we have Charles Adams. Mr. Adams.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Maybe this is a follow-up or a different way of phrasing the last question. Does the Sierra Club proposal rates consider that rooftop solar does not count towards the RPS and Senate Bill 100, meaning its greatest values are not accounted for? And if it did, wouldn't that subsidize the cost of non-participants?
Yeah, I'm prepared for this question because I think you asked it yesterday. So I think, I mean, I hear you. I think, in some ways, I think as other panelists may have mentioned, in some ways it does contribute because you're reducing sales. So the RPS requirement is correspondingly reduced. So, I think it's somewhat built in. I wouldn't propose any changes to how it works already.
How do you feel it's built in?
Oh, well, because the RPS is based on electric sales. So if you're reducing electric sales by behind the meter compensation, there's less of an RPS obligation. So it's not a 1-for-1 yet, but it's at this point with a 50% RPS, I mean, it's a half.
Okay, so a system that, a utility scale system that destroys virgin land far away or destroys farmland is worth greater value than, as part of a PPA, is worth greater value to a system in Oakland, a client in Oakland, than a system on a rooftop in Oakland that destroys none of that land. Is Sierra Club's premise?
No, not at all. In fact, I mean, I think maybe from, I guess, the RPS standpoint, but there's other values. And, we are proposing obviously a glide path and above avoided cost compensation to capture some of that value. We're also not proposing any additional grid-specific charges to capture some of that value. And I think we're looking toward the SB 100 study, even though it is, as Nancy mentioned, a sort of assumption of future growth, as a way to balance those competing objectives. I'm looking at it that way. And, we did try, I'll just say when in the NEM 2.0, we did try to quantify those types of benefits. I found it very frustrating. You could kind of figure out a number for avoided like ag land, which is you could do, but in terms of the open spaces, species, habitats, it's frustrating. You can't really put a number on that. And so this proposal tries to get at that by continuing to encourage, development of DG through a gradual glide path. Not get too tied up on the specifics of the value.
I conclude you agree that value is not zero.
Oh, absolutely not. It's just very hard to monetize.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Next up is Alec Ward, followed by Tim Lindell. Mr. Ward?
Hi, thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Matt, for the presentation. This is Alec Ward, Public Advocate's Office. Does Sierra Club see other paths to getting solar on top of rooftops outside of just the current NEM model?
I don't know how much other ways have been successful. And, I think our approach here was trying to tweak and build off what's been proven and gradually lower compensation. And I think we had a hesitancy to try to create something totally new because we want to see deployment, kind of continue along the rate it already is.
Any follow-up?
No, thank you, Matt.
Okay, great, thanks. Next is Tim Lindell, followed by Joe Weedman. Mr. Lindell? You'll need to unmute yourself. Mr. Lindell, are you there? Okay, we'll move on and perhaps we can circle back. Joe Weedman also has a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Matt. I was curious why Sierra Club picked the short run value for avoided costs versus a long run or a blended value.
Yeah, and I think thanks for that question. I mean, we definitely gave us some things to think about from yesterday's discussion. I would say, we had some concerns. It'll be interesting to see what the next avoided cost calculator comes up with next month. We had some concerns around the accuracy of the long run value. I think if we did something blended, like let's say you take, 10 years, not the 20-year horizon, I guess from a customer perspective, would it be better to sort of lock in a rate for 10 years and then say it's going to drop to we don't know what, or lock in something for 20 years with more certainty? So we opted for 20 years with certainty. And we also aren't proposing any, some of the grid benefits charges out there turned by other parties. So I think we were trying to balance, not creating too much, really the cost shift issue, right? And so if you don't have the grid benefits charge at all, maybe the short run cost is appropriate then. And also, frankly, what we're really trying to do here is a glide path that's gradual enough to just get to where storage and solar is routinely put in at once. And so, maybe the export compensation doesn't really matter as much under those situations. So that was the thing that went into it. And, we heard some other thoughts yesterday, and it's something we're still mulling over.
Okay, and also just to clarify, it sounds like Sierra Club is since you didn't propose a grid benefits charge or grid access charge, you're really looking at sort of self-consumed energy or self-supplied energy as not something to address necessarily. Just the benefit of that accrues to the customer.
Yeah, that was our thinking. And as far as the benefits charge goes, I mean, I think if the commission wanted to go in that direction, we would prefer the TOU prime has about a $12 fixed charge. The ELEC proposed rate it was 25 proposed. That it may end up being somewhat different. We would prefer just having the starting point be those like electrification friendly rates with some kind of fixed component that's applicable to all customers than something that's specific to solar customers.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And now let's circle back to Mr. Lindell, and then I have a question in the questions section. Mr. Lindell?
Thanks very much, Your Honor. Apologies for the delay. For some reason, they're having trouble unmuting me each time, and I feel so silly that I can't get my questions in. Hi, Matt. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. So my question is just, when you think of NEM 1 and NEM 2 customers, there's got to be a massive variety in system sizes, panel orientation, shading. Some customers have replaced panels under warranty. Some customers have added panels. Some customers have added behind the meter storage. Did you conduct any analysis to see how many NEM 1 and NEM 2 customers would end up underwater if they're changed to these rates after 8 years?
No, but I really question underwater. I mean, you're still, first of all, like, you had 8 years, and so that's already getting toward the payback that I think a lot of people talked about. On top of that, you still have NEM for 12 more years. Even on off-peak, your export, for example, under TU prime is 17 cents, which is higher than a lot of states' peak export compensation. So I still think there's a good deal to be had there. And frankly, we are trying to balance a lot of issues here. And I think adjusting, really updating and modernizing the rates that the existing NEM customers are on, which I think the commission really did make very clear would happen, is also a way to sort of, I think, offset some of the costs of the glide path we're proposing for future NEM customers, to sort of look at this and not create too much non-participant benefits. And also, Steve from Grid Alternatives will present our low-income proposal later, but also some of the costs of that. So I guess we didn't do any analysis, but I don't think this is a cut that's so significant that anyone's going underwater over the life of their project.
So, but all it takes is one, right? I mean, if there's 10 or 100 or 500 customers that end up underwater, it certainly is a bad story that's going to be told about this. And so is there any, consumer protection provision or anything you would address to help those customers?
We are not proposing anything. I mean, I think we partly moved the time to 8 years, not 5, to help kind of mitigate some of those concerns. And again, I think you're still getting good export compensation. It could be something to think about for those customers. I'd be kind of, I'm struggling to find a situation where that might actually occur.
All right, thanks, Matt.
Okay, I have a question from the question line, and then next up we'll have Commissioner Guzman-Aceves and then Mr. Hebner. So real quickly, from Andrew Gong, can you please clarify if there is any change to the collection of non-bypassable charges compared with NEM 2.0, and if the proposal does not make mention of NBCs unless I missed it?
Yeah, our proposal doesn't contemplate any changes from NEM 2.0. I mean, we heard some different ideas yesterday and today, and it's something we'll think about, but our proposal specifically doesn't propose anything different than what already exists.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you, Judge Himes, and want to acknowledge your very excellent facilitation skills. I'm sorry, Matt, to have missed the beginning of your presentation, so you may have covered this. And I think you probably heard this morning, Public Advocate's Office suggested a pathway focused on storage adoption from NEM 1, NEM 2 customers. And you didn't propose something explicit on that. You're saying on storage. You're more focused on the electrification of the appliances.
For NEM 1 and 2, or just generally?
Well, it sounds like both.
Yeah, well, I think certainly the higher differentiated rates, I think, would encourage storage, in those circumstances, so the price signal is there. We're just more focused on the building electrification impacts and using that. From our point of view, if there's a loading under this, it's, use that energy directly to power something that would have been powered by fossil fuels, and then storing it, discharging it later would be second. But it's all kind of, I think, embedded in the differential. So, in our proposal is really just to move customers to a more differentiated rate, which I think is well within what the commission has said it can do. We're not proposing going back on the commitment to NEM. I think that would there'd be a lot of backlash there, and I think it sends a signal that California doesn't really honor commitments it makes to the market. So we have concerns about that. I mean, what you could do is kind of combine them in some way if you wanted to, where you're moving folks to a more differentiated rate, which makes the batteries more attractive already. And then we had proposed, I don't know if you heard this, but we wanted sort of information on various technologies one could adopt to maximize value under that new rate structure. And if the commission wanted to add some incentives for storage to then switch to the successor tariff, I mean, you could maybe push them along in that way. I mean, I think that would be something that might combine in a way that doesn't necessarily terminate someone's, NEM service.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And next up is Brad Hebner, followed by another question. Mr. Hebner? You'll have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Yeah, I need to get unmuted by the host there. Thank you, Your Honor, and hello, Matt. Appreciate the intentions of your proposal. Sierra Club is clearly trying to modernize and while maintaining a strong market for distributed energy, and we really appreciate that. Do have concerns about the retroactive changes for NEM 1 and NEM 2. And the question is, a couple of questions related. One about SDG&E that doesn't have a rate that fits the bill right now. They've proposed, they will formally propose a rate in their upcoming GRC. In public workshops, they have stated what they intend to propose. And if I remember correctly, it has a monthly fee in the neighborhood of $35. So that to me would clearly push a lot of customers underwater, particularly when a lot of customers are on leases, 20-year leases with marginal savings. So you seem to be thinking of this in terms of the payback if you're going from 5 to 8 to 9 years or something like that. But for a 20-year lease with marginal savings, a large fixed charge will push some customers underwater. So that's one question. But then the more direct question is it seems dicey to lock ourselves into a rate that hasn't been created yet.
Yeah, so I agree with you. And one thing we mentioned in our proposal was for the commission here to signal, what you could do potentially is just say, we're only going to do an SDG&E rate that sort of is within the differentials of the PG&E and SCE electrification friendly rate, and does not exceed the fixed charges from those rates. So there's some kind of cap there to provide some protection, because I agree it is a big question mark and might be manipulated to sort of have a negative impact. So I think there needs to be some guardrails there as well. So I agree with you on that. I also just wouldn't, I don't know what the word you said about, I guess I don't view this as sort of reneging or I would just say that the rate structure, it's been very clear from the get-go that rate structures are subject to change. I don't think this is really, there's no reasonable expectation to keeping the same rate. So I don't think there's anything unreasonable or about switching this forward. I think it's just a necessary modernization. So I do think if you go back and take NEM away, I think that's a real kind of stripping a reasonable customer expectation. I don't think the same applies for changing the underlying rate.
Yeah, we can continue that discussion in a different place. I respect that. And thanks for the answer on the future rate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, we have a question from David McCord. What effects are proposed rates and export compensation likely to have on uptake of new NEM rooftop customers?
Well, I don't know if we necessarily know, which is why we're trying to have something gradual, right? And so I think the more gradual the change, the more I think you can say that uptake will be somewhat similar. And so the first step is just moving to those rates and gradually going down. We haven't done more analysis than that.
Okay, thank you. I will just ask one more time if there are any additional questions before we move on, either by raising your hand or typing in a question in the Q&A. And I also want to remind all of our participants to turn off your hand raise button after you're done. So I know that indeed you aren't asking a new question. And for that reason, I am going to, okay, that was the case. All right, Mr. Vespa, thank you so much for your
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and move on. Our next presentation is CARE from Michael Boyd. Mr. Boyd?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Mike Boyd. I'm the president of Californians for Renewable Energy CARE. And CARE was formed as a 501c3 nonprofit corporation in 1999 to advocate for rooftop solar and oppose fossil fuel power plants that were then being permitted throughout the state of California. Our proposed proposal is for what's called a qualifying facility net energy metering successor to the current net energy metering tariff. Next slide, please. This proposal is for adopting a avoided cost pricing tiered by energy generator type and size for PG&E, SCE, San Diego Gas and Electric, and other load-serving entities, or LSEs as they're called. LSEs are like munis, CCAs. They can be merchant sellers, like say Calpine or someone like that. But that's what a load-serving entity is. We're requesting the commission hold evidentiary hearings for the purposes of adopting avoided cost pricing tiered by energy generator type and size. Next slide, please. What's PURPA? In 1978, Congress enacted the Public Utility Regulatory Policy Act, PURPA, to reduce American dependence on fossil fuels, encourage renewable energy development, and promote increased energy efficiency. PURPA aims to eliminate significant barriers to the development of alternative energy sources, including the reluctance of traditional electric utilities to purchase power from and sell power to non-traditional facilities, and the financial burdens imposed upon alternative energy sources by state and federal utilities. Section 210 of PURPA requires large electric utilities to purchase energy from small power production QFs at standard offer rates. Small QFs have a nameplate capacity of 80 megawatts or less and produce electric power from biomass, waste, or renewable resources such as wind, water, or solar energy. Next slide, please. Compensation rates for PURPA QF NEMs. Rates must be just and reasonable to consumers, in the public interest, and non-discriminatory to the QF to encourage renewable energy development and allow small QFs to become and remain viable suppliers of electricity. Avoided costs are the incremental cost to an electric utility of electric energy or capacity or both, but for the purchase from the qualifying facility or qualifying facilities, such utility would generate itself or purchase from another source. Capacity costs are those costs incurred from providing the capabilities to deliver energy, consisting primarily of the capital cost of energy storing facilities. Any energy costs are costs associated with energy production, including operating and maintenance expenses. Next slide, please. Here I have I've captured a screenshot of the CPUC's NEM website And I provide the link up at the top of the page there. Let's drill down on what this page contains. Next slide, please. The NEM overview states customers who install solar, wind, biogas, and fuel cell generation facilities to serve all or a portion of on-site electricity needs are eligible for the state's net metering program. NEM allows customers who generate their own energy, quote, customer generators, to serve their energy needs directly on site and to receive a financial credit on their electric bills for any surplus energy fed back to their utility. Next slide, please. Under the current net surplus compensation rate, it's roughly 2 to 3 cents per kilowatt hour. And basically it describes this on that page as at the end of a customer's 12-month billing period, any balance of surplus electricity is trued up at a separate fair market value known as net surplus compensation, or NSC. The NSC rate is based on a 12-month rolling average of the market rate for energy. That rate is currently approximately 2 to 3 cents per kilowatt hour for up to date, and then they give links to the three investor-owned utilities. Next slide, please. Now, I wanted to drill down a little bit on the white paper, and a lot of the other parties' proposals are indexing their to the avoided cost calculator, ACC. And if you look up here on the right, there's I did a screen grab from Figure 2 here, and you'll see the IRP or the IRP inputs are financial at the top, natural gas prices in the middle, and energy storage costs at the bottom. And just to clarify, energy storage doesn't necessarily mean battery storage. It could mean what are called spinning reserves, which are fossil fuel power plants that are running at reduced capacity. Okay, and then it describes in here. It says the let me find it. Sorry, it says the Distributed Energy Resource Program cost-effective analysis depends on the ACC to accurately determine the benefits they provide to the electric grid and natural gas system. Next slide, please. In the Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit back in 2019, the appeals court found that fossil fuel power plants could not be used to calculate avoided costs for renewables. In this, it says, where a state has an RPS and the utility is using a QF's energy to meet the RPS, the utility cannot calculate avoided costs based on energy sources that would not also meet the RPS. Next slide, please. In this same appeals court decision, they addressed capacity costs for QF NEMs, and the reason I'm raising capacity costs is under the current NEM program, there's no compensation, zero compensation for all that capacity that's installed on the customer side of the meter, and we're talking roughly 10 gigawatts of capacity. Basically what the appeals court said is the QF would not be entitled to capacity costs unless it actually displaced the utility's need for additional capacity. If a QF displaces the utility's need for additional capacity, however, the utility is required to include capacity costs as part of avoided costs. Therefore, when setting purchase prices, QFs must be compensated at a rate equal to the utility's full avoided costs. Next slide, please. Now, there's these responsibilities for the state regulators under PURPA. State regulatory agencies have a responsibility of calculating avoided costs, but FERC, in this case, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, has set forth factors that states should consider. There's 5 factors. The first factor being the utility system cost data, how much it costs for the IOU's own system. For example, their utility-owned PV generation. The second one is the terms of any contract, including the duration of the obligation. The third is the availability of capacity or energy from a QF during the system daily and seasonal peak periods. Fourth, the relationship of the availability of energy or capacity from the QF to the ability of the electric utility to avoid costs. The cost savings resulting from the variation of line losses from those that would have existed in the absence of purchases from the QF. Next slide, please. Now, let's drill down on what the 3 utilities system cost data is. Now, I provided a link here at the bottom of the page to the 2019 Padilla report, and it's a report that's sent by the PUC to the legislature every May. And in this, on the left here, you can't see it very well, is they show the weighted average RPS procurement expenses. And drilling down here into the bottom, we can see the utility-owned generation for small hydro and for solar photovoltaic. And what we see there is that for the 0 to 3 megawatt systems, PG&E is getting paid, or it is charging customers 34 cents per kilowatt hour. SCE is charging 58 cents per kilowatt hour, or excuse me, 70 cents per kilowatt hour, and it's 58 cents for SDG&E. So this is a benchmark for system cost data, but actually this is something that has to be determined at an evidentiary hearing, not something that I can really speculate on here. Next slide, please. The QF NEM proposal also would provide a successor to the energy metering to enhance consumer protections measures for customer generators during system emergencies. Access to net energy metering services under PURPA regulations define what constitutes a system emergency. Supplemental power, backup power, interruptible power, and maintenance power. And I'm not going to read all this stuff, but I would point out that 8, supplemental power means electric energy or capacity supplied by an electric utility regularly used by a qualifying facility in addition to that which the facility generates itself. My question for listeners is, how's that different from retail rates that we're being charged now? Next slide, please. So now I do a cost benefit comparison to the NEM under the current tariff compared to the proposed QF NEM tariff. Under the current NEM tariff, avoided costs based on a market price indexed to fossil fuel. Net surplus energy only at an annual true-up 2 to 3 cents per kilowatt. No protection during system emergencies. Proposed QF NEM avoided costs based on the IOU's system cost index to renewables. Full avoided costs based on the IOU's solar photovoltaic system costs. And I already told you the 34 cents for PG&E, 70 cents for Edison, and 58 cents for SDG&E respectively in 2008. And I put a little tab in here, that's to be determined following evidentiary hearings pursuant to the proposal. And then finally, supplemental power, backup power, interruptible power, and maintenance power for all QFs upon request. And that's it. Thank you, please. Next slide. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
Did I do it in under 10 minutes?
Right under. Thank you. Are there any questions from Mr. Boyd? Questions or points of clarification?
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Boyd, it looks like there are no questions. So let's move on to our next presentation. Vote Solar, it's a combination of sponsors. Vote Solar, Sierra Club, and Grid Alternatives. And the presenter is Stephen Campbell. Mr. Campbell?
Yes, hello, Judge. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, well, thank you, Judge Himes. This has been a tough process and it's been working out really well. Thank you, Energy Division staff and Commissioner Guzman Aceves. I also want to thank my colleagues that really helped me work on this proposal greatly. We jointly submitted it. Susanna at Vote Solar, Katie Ramsey, Rebecca Barker, and Matt Vespa at Sierra Club. And this proposal today only focuses on low-income or environmental and social justice communities. Next slide, please. Okay, yep, I know a lot of words. Sorry about that. So I will say that, as mentioned, this only focuses on environmental and social justice communities. And if that is a new term for people on the call, I'd like to just provide a brief primer. So environmental and social justice communities seeks to come to terms with and remedy a history of unfair treatment of communities, predominantly communities of people of color and low-income residents. These communities have been subject to disproportionate impacts from one or more environmental hazards, socioeconomic burdens, or both. Residents have been excluded in policy setting or decision-making processes and have lacked protections and benefits afforded to other communities by the implementation of environmental and other regulations, such as those enacted to control polluting activities. I'd like to say I'm extremely humbled and honored to represent environmental and social justice communities here today in NEM into the future, and I hope our proposal can go a long way in doing so. So you can see that our proposal, we've built it to meet statute and the environmental and social justice goals. And one more second before the next slide is the NEM equity. It limits the beneficiaries to environmental and social justice communities, which the Commission identifies as predominantly communities of color or low income. They're underrepresented in the policy setting or decision-making process, subject to disproportionate impact of harm and disparate implementation. And they also include, but are not limited to, the top 25% this Cal EnviroScreen disadvantaged communities definition, all tribal lands, low-income households, and low-income census tracts. And how we provide slide, please.
Actually, Mr. Campbell, you broke
Thank
up
you.
a little bit at the end. Could you repeat that last part? Just your last point from the
Sure.
last slide.
Yeah, I think it was how we're defining environmental and social justice communities, or how the Commission defines it, which is disadvantaged communities, top 25%, all tribal lands in California, households at 80%, area median income, and census tracts at 80% area median income. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we do so by basically equalizing the export credit for ESJ customers or care and non-care customers, which is widely recognized as a structural flaw in NEM by other party proposals. So that's a net billing structure, while allowing them to remain on their retail rate for energy purchases. And essentially, we're freezing today's value proposition and allowing customers, ESJ customers, to have that value proposition into the future. So we know today works. We know bill savings is high enough for customers to want to adopt on-site solar, and the inherent resilience benefits that are included. And we'd like to continue to offer that into the future to make NEM a more equitable policy mechanism. So there's many benefits as recognized. Maintains consistent and meaningful bill savings to low-income customers over a defined period of time. It does reduce net cost impacts to non-participants over time. It does not, we do not propose to automatically widen TRU differentials for these customers at this point, because meeting behavior change or modifying behavior to meet time of use price signals is very difficult for a lot of ESJ community members who might have multiple jobs, aren't really paying attention to how to change their behavior to meet price signals, or cannot adopt smart appliances to help them do so, to help them load shift. It simplifies the process of modeling savings greatly, which we know is an issue for customers. And as mentioned, care and fair customers receive the same export value that non-care and fair customers currently receive. So it fixes that structural flaw. Next slide, please. Here's an example. I wish this was animated so I could take away that red where eyes are going right now. But on the far left on the screen, it says, 90% and a 60% offset solar system. So you can see the pre-bill, you can see the solar bill at 15 cents a kilowatt hour paid to the solar provider, and then the net load bill, which is that subtracted. And what I'm trying to draw your attention to here is what we have today is column A, which is care customers under net energy metering 2.0, and then our proposal on policy A moving forward for care with non-care export rates, and then non-care customers, but still meet the definition of environmental and social justice customer. And the red circle shows that a care customer under policy A proposal receives the greatest benefit, the greatest bill savings, much better than today, and higher total when you include the care discounts that they're still entitled to receive. I hope you can still hear me. Against column C there, the non-care benefit. Next slide, please.
And we can hear you.
Okay. Great. Thank you. So this is policy B. Our proposal was A and B. And it's preserving NEM 2 rates, the same structure right now for projects owned and controlled by the community. This does help meet, including growth, residential customers in disadvantaged communities. It increases climate resiliency in ESJ communities, which is becoming a paramount issue and increasingly important every day. It's widely recognized and intuitive. Goal 7, promote economic and workforce development. So we do not want to upend the apple cart here, just as new innovative models of energy democracy are beginning to take off. As I said, they are very intuitive. Communities know what they need and they do not want their power shut off, and they find that this is a method owned and operated by the community to select which resources in the community should be able to have power and just resiliency into the future. So we're just asking not to foreclose this benefit for customers moving forward. One example is the RISE Center. It was included in our proposal in Richmond, have been shut off. The community is trying to come together, governed by them, by themselves. They want to pool their resources. They're doing a great job so far, and it just takes a little bit longer. And so you don't want to foreclose that opportunity. And the primary method to do so is just to keep the net energy metering 2.0 available to these customers. So to keep the rates at the export rates at today's levels for these type of projects into the future. Next slide, please. Thank you. So policy A and B together, they do help the commission meet consumer protection. I don't think I need to read the guiding principles again. It does help meet a different goal this time of the ESG action plan. I believe there's 9 goals, and that's to promote consumer protection. And the net equity proposal does this by that fixing the export rate for 20 years. It does a lot. There's a lot of work around inputs and assumptions and modeling and predicted savings and things like that. This simplifies that process greatly, which really helps improve people's ability to clearly explain a long-term savings benefit to a customer, and then that customer can understand much simpler than today's dynamic. And as we know that you have to, today and into the future, you have to upload the Solo Consumer Protection Guide. I believe we're on version 3. It's a great resource for customer education and benefit. This A and B would help simplify that process, and it would make it a much more streamlined process. Next slide, please. Thank you. Consumer protection continued, and this is my last slide. I'd be happy to take questions. We believe one of the most streamlined methods to increase consumer protection for environmental and social justice communities into the future is to immediately scale the ability of DAC/SASH, the Disadvantaged Community Single Family Affordable Solar Homes Program, to provide guaranteed consumer protections to consumers. Each participant has guaranteed 12 consumer protections that were publicly developed in 2018 through the docket. The larger proportion of income eligible customers that participate in DAC/SASH would correspondingly help reduce fraudulent behavior. I'm well aware I wouldn't be here today here if the customer-centric approach that this is based off of didn't work really well. We have, this program has culturally and linguistically appropriate outreach and education that has done an unbelievable job that I have tracked for over 10 years, doing such a good job. It builds community trust and enables peer-to-peer knowledge sharing and community pride. And these are all benefits that should be provided into the future and not foreclosed upon through this process. And the Commission is well aware of they've been doing great work with CSLB and the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation to develop strong consumer protections. A lot of the smaller CBOs like Dolores Huerta Foundation, CLIC, Central Coast Legal Services, Grid, etc., do our best to track and keep up with the consumer protection to ensure that as strong as possible and better is brought to justice. And I think that's it. I'd love to answer some questions.
Thank you.
Did I speak slow? I don't think I did.
I will open it up for questions for Mr. Campbell. You can ask a question by raising your hand. Yes. We have a question from Alec Ward. Mr. Ward, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for the presentation. I've got 2 questions. The first one is you mentioned in your presentation there that your proposal would reduce the net cost impacts on non-participants over time. Can you just expand on this, as NEM 2 is shown to actually increase the cost burden on non-participating customers, including those lower income customers that are non-participating?
Excuse me. Yeah, thanks, Alex. So that's in comparison to today. If you had left a net energy metering 2.0 tied to retail rates for the next 20 years, that would increase. Excuse me. So what we're saying is equalizing or standardizing the export value for 20 years over time reduces concern compared to basically the status quo, which is what if you had left it today. So it's not tied to increasing rates. The rates will not increase. They're set at 2021 levels and guaranteed for 20 years.
Good, I appreciate that. And then for my second question, how does your proposal address upfront barriers to adoption, like the high proportion of renters, the lack of upfront capital or access to upfront capital?
Yeah, right now we're, well, equalizing the export value and providing a good value proposition to customers into the future as costs come down is helpful to do so. We're aware that there's many additional Senate Bill 350 barriers that we will need to think more deeply through and include in testimony of how to ramp up as quick as that blue line here I have on the slide, low income access to solar.
Great. I've already asked 2 questions, so thank you, Steve. Thank you, Your Honor.
Actually, Mr. Ward, if you had additional questions, we are ahead of schedule.
Oh, that's good to hear, but I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from the audience, either that you would like to ask yourself or in the chat or Q&A? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Thank you for your time. I would like to ask, next up is scheduled for a break, but we're a little ahead of time. So I would like to ask Ms. Silverthorne if she is prepared to go ahead and give her presentation. She doesn't have a slide presentation, but Ms. Silverthorne, are you available
Sure.
to? Great, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm happy to, and it should be short. As you said, we don't have a presentation. So good afternoon, Your Honor and Commissioners. Leah Silverthorne with the California Chamber of Commerce. Thanks for the opportunity to present our perspective today. We don't come today with a formal presentation or a fleshed out successor plan. Instead, I'll focus my comments on some high-level needs of the business community. So Cal Chamber isn't opposed to the implementation of behind-the-meter solar. However, because customer-sided solar has boomed over the last decade, and costs have substantially reduced, we believe that the cost shifts that favor solar customers over non-solar customers are no longer warranted. As noted by the committees of the California legislature, as well as the legislative analyst reports over the last 2 years, electricity rates continue to be on the rise in California, and that does impact our businesses. These rising rates are poised to have a negative impact on California's ability to deploy other priority climate policies, including electric vehicles. Shifting costs in this manner have added to that already increasing burden. So because this cost shift only benefits customers that can afford behind-the-meter solar, California residents and California businesses bear the burden of distribution and transmission costs that NEM customers do get to avoid at this time. So these costs, especially costs related to address wildfire-related activities, which I believe a number of entities addressed over the last 2 days, do benefit the entire grid and all customers and should be spread fairly across all those customers. So as the Commission determines a successor program, we just urge that these factors be kept in mind, and we look forward to reviewing the draft program as details become available. So thanks for the opportunity to talk today.
Great, thank you. Let me just make sure that we don't have any questions for you from our audience. Anyone with a question from Ms. Silverthorne? Mr. Ward, I believe that your hand is still raised from the prior question. Thank you. All right, great. Thank you so much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we are very much ahead of schedule, but I am sure that you all would prefer that we get done early. So I want to go ahead and move forward with SEIA with Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach, would you be available at this time?
I'm here.
Okay, great. Then Robert, if we could have the SEIA presentation, fabulous. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Himes and Commissioner Guzman-Aceves and all the other participants. My name is Tom Beach. I'm a consultant to Vote Solar and the Solar Energy Industries Association. And I'm going to present SEIA and Vote Solar's general market tariff proposal. So if we could go to the next slide. So let me, these are our sort of the key considerations that went into our proposal. Let me take the second one first. You know, we think that expanding access to solar for Californians of all incomes and regardless of where they live is extremely important. We actually think that expanding access is a really key solution to promoting equity among all ratepayers. This is our general market tariff proposal, so this is not a proposal designed for low income customers. We do, SIA does wholeheartedly support the proposal that we just heard from both Solar and Sierra Club and Grid Alternatives. So with that said, I'll proceed to summarize our general market tariff proposal. And so I think we're approaching this in recognition that solar is just one type of distributed energy resource. We think that it's actually a foundation for adoption of other distributed energy resources, and indeed is a kind of a foundation for the Commission and the state's broader electrification goals. We note in the look-back study that found that customers who install solar then tend to increase their use of electricity. We think that that's due to the fact that solar is one way to start on a path to electrifying your home or your business. We think that the policies for net metering 3.0 need to fit in a broader framework of electrification. We also agree with the Sierra Club that we need distributed resources to get to the state's climate goals. We're not going to get there with 100% utility scale renewables. I'll have some more comments about that later. But we also think that the rate design that the Commission adopts in the future needs to be a platform for all types of distributed resources. We think would be the wrong course for the Commission to adopt rates that are specific to various types of distributed resources, and I'll have more to say about that as well. We also agree with the first presentation at these workshops from Cal SSA that what we really are trying to do here is transition to solar plus storage systems. And we see that in 2030, by 2030, that most, if not all, distributed solar systems should have storage associated with them because it substantially increases the value of the resource. If you look at that graph from the avoided cost calculator that Matt Vespa showed, how there's a mismatch between a solar profile and the profile of avoided costs. Well, if you redraw that line to show the profile of solar plus storage that's cycled to fill the storage during the day and then discharge it in the evening, you get a very good fit to that avoided cost graph. We think that it's really important to preserve customers' rights to self-generate their own power using private capital behind the meter. And we also think that one of the strengths of net metering, the net metering program in California, has been the policy certainty that this Commission has provided with its 20-year legacy periods for NEM 1 and NEM 2 customers. Those need to be respected. And we think that there needs to be certainty for the solar customer going forward so that the analysis that's done to set compensation should be done on a life cycle basis, recognizing that these are 25-year resources and will actually be around in 2045 when the state needs to meet its SB 100 goals. We also think that the customer, as a matter of consumer protection, should know upfront what they're going to receive for the service that they provide to the grid by exporting their excess power to the grid. So next slide. This is a process that it needs to find a balance. There are a lot of competing stakeholders here and competing priorities. We think that the whole suite of cost effectiveness tests that are in the standard practice manual are designed to provide that balance, and that the commission should look at all of the tests because they examine cost effectiveness from a variety of perspectives. The commission has said that the TRC test is the primary test, and that looks at the cost effectiveness of distributed resources to the system as a whole. But also there are tests that look at cost effectiveness from the perspective of both participants and non-participants, the participant test and the RIM test. And those should also be looked at to make sure that the right balance between all of these interests that sort of collectively constitute the public interest have been met. When we're looking at the balance between participants and non-participants, I think both Solar and SEIA would like to say right up front that the final bullet point on this slide is that we recognize that there's a need to sort of reset the balance between non-participants and participants. And we're proposing to do that over time and to achieve a balance on the RIM test over a 5-year period. We do think that the balance between participants and non-participants is a matter of equity, and that there are many equities that affect this balance. It's not just a matter of the financial side that's measured by the RIM test. We think that we agree with the Sierra Club that we've got to figure out a way to achieve this balance and allow the industry to continue to install the roughly 1 gigawatt a year of distributed solar that it has achieved over the last 5 years, and that it is, forecasted or expected to achieve over the next 10 years. When we look at the no new DER case that was modeled in the avoided cost calculator and that is the basis for the 2020 avoided cost calculator, we think it shows 131 gigawatts of solar, utility scale solar in California by 2045 if we don't have distributed resources. That's 10 times as much as we have today. We don't think that that can be achieved while also meeting the state's land use objectives, the 30 by 30 proposal that has been made and discussed. So we think that distributed resources are going to be critical, and we need to find a way to balance impacts on participants and non-participants. We also think that the Commission needs to recognize that the RIM test is a very stringent test. It essentially means that there are no losers. It's sometimes called the no losers test because if you pass the RIM test, then both participants and non-participants are better off. And Amory Lovins of the Rocky Mountain Institute has said that the RIM test really should not be called a no losers test. It should be called a hardly any winners test because it's so stringent that if you insist on applying it, that you'll have very few programs. We think that needs to be taken into account here. There also are other ways to address the equities between participants and non-participants, such as making sure that everybody has an equal opportunity to adopt solar. So we'll go to the next slide. So our proposal has really two key pillars. We would require that PG&E and SDG&E customers use an IOU electrification rate. We think that Edison's customers also could choose their default time of use rate because Edison's rates are lower than the other two utilities, and their default time of use rate is a much more aggressive time of use rate that actually looks like an electrification rate. So that's the first pillar. The second pillar is a step down in the export rate over 5 years from 2023 to 2027. And the goal here is that is to have the benefits of distributed solar or solar plus storage systems. The benefits equal the bill savings in 2027 measured on a life cycle basis. And the export rate would be a defined percentage of the retail rate that would gradually step down over time. And I'll show you what the steps would be. If you install a system in a particular step, let's say a step where the export rate is 90% of the retail rate, you would get that 90% for 20 years. And we are proposing the same step down structure for solar only and solar plus storage systems. So this would be a net billing structure, and we are proposing that the program start by January 1 of 2023, and we provide an implementation schedule in our proposal for the commission. Next slide. So here are the electrification rates, and I think Matt Vespa mentioned many of these. PG&E has the EV2A rate and is developing the E-elect rate in their phase 2 GRC. Edison has the, this is maybe labeled wrong. I think it's the TOUD prime rate. And then, as I mentioned, we would also propose that for Edison that their TOUD default rate could also be used for NEM 3. And then, as Matt noted, there does need to be an electrification rate developed for SDG&E. They do have a couple rates, DRSES and EVTOU5, that probably would could serve as interim rates if there's a delay in approving an electrification rate for SDG&E. Next slide. So we think it's very important that that NEM 3 use electrification rates that are designed for all different types of distributed resources. And what this graph here shows is a PG&E customer. The blue ribbon is the customer before they adopt any DERs. And then this shows how their load profile changes. First, when they adopt, put solar on their roof, then when they add storage, and finally, when they add an electric vehicle. And you can see that the load profile changes dramatically with each of these steps. The customer ends up actually using more electricity probably than they did before they started on this journey. And we think that it's going to be a mistake to try to do a specific rate for each type of DER. We also think that customers should not be penalized if they adopt a DER that reduces the load they put on the grid. We're not rewarding customers when they do things like adopt an electric vehicle that adds load to the grid. We think there should just be a common rate platform based on the utility's underlying marginal cost that applies to customers regardless of what DER they adopt. Next slide. So here's our proposed step down schedule. We are proposing a capacity-based step down. And I do want to emphasize that this is our proposal for residential, the residential general market tariff. And each step is equal to about 1 year of expected growth in the residential market based on the last 5 years of residential installations. And so, for example, in the first step, the customers just would have to use the electrification rate with no change in the export compensation. And then in the second step, for PG&E and for all three utilities, actually, the customer would get 95% of the retail rate as the export rate. And then the step downs from there would go a little more quickly for PG&E and SDG&E due to their higher rates than for Edison. And in the fifth step, the export percentage would be 50% for PG&E and SDG&E and 75% for Edison. Next slide. So other features that have gone into our proposal, we have quantified resiliency benefits for solar plus storage systems, which we think accrue to all ratepayers. And we've used those resiliency benefits in some of our analysis, and we have an appendix to our proposal that discusses how we calculated those. We do think that the net surplus compensation rate should be changed from the DLAP price to the avoided costs in the 2020 avoided cost calculator, the current year 2020 avoided costs. We also agree with Sierra Club that there needs to be an allowance for customers to oversize their systems. As customers are moving toward electrification, they're not going to be able to do, to completely electrify their homes in one fell swoop. The investments that are required are very substantial. A customer may want to do solar now when they're replacing their roof, but their car has a few more years on it, so they're not going to get an EV for several years, but they'd like to oversize their system so that they can provide off-peak electricity to charge their car in a couple of years. So we proposed to allow 50% oversizing, and that excess production would be compensated at the avoided cost rate so that there would be, other ratepayers would be indifferent. We're proposing the same 20-year legacy policy as under NEM 1 and 2. We think this is a critical customer protection measure that needs to be continued. We are open to having the changing from an annual true-up to monthly billing be the default, with customers having the option to choose an annual true-up. And then there are a number of elements of NEM 2 that we would keep going. Removing the same non-bypassable charges from the export rates, a $10 minimum bill, and then the, I believe it's 1 hour netting that's used in NEM 2, maybe 15 minutes for C&I. And then we also would like to see the Commission continue to make progress on developing grid services like dispatchability and voltage support and things like that that distributed resources can provide. Next slide. For the commercial and industrial market, we are not proposing any change from NEM 2. As shown in this graph here, that market has really lagged in its growth compared to the residential market that has much lower bill savings due to the structure of commercial and industrial rates. And that market has had difficulty adjusting to the 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. Peak period. But a solar system that's installed on a business produces roughly the same benefits as one installed on a residential house. So we think that it's justifiable to keep the NEM 2 structure for the commercial and industrial market. Next slide. So the last couple slides here show the analysis that we've done. This is our TRC analysis. Compares the life cycle levelized cost of energy from solar and solar plus storage systems to the benefits of those systems, also levelized over 25 years based on the 2020 avoided cost calculator. The dotted green line at the top is the benefits of solar plus storage system with the resiliency benefits that we calculated added to them. So next slide. And this is our RIM analysis, and this shows the effect of the both the switch to the electrification rates and the 5-year step down in export compensation. So the red dashed line is the bill savings under NEM 2.0. This is a graph for SDG&E, and we have comparable graphs for PG&E and Edison. This is residential. So the red dashed line is NEM 2, what the bill savings would be if there was no change. The solid green line is the benefits as calculated under the avoided cost calculator. The dashed green line is adding the resiliency benefit for solar plus storage systems as those grow over time. And then our proposal, the bill savings under our proposal is the orange line. And you can see that the bill savings drop off over the 5-year period, so that by 2027, the bill savings are approximately equal to the avoided cost benefits. And so that would be the trajectory of our general market tariff. And we've calculated that the savings under our proposal compared to NEM 2.0 are almost $1 billion from 2023 to 2030 for all three of the IOUs combined. Next slide. We also did a participant cost analysis. We agree with that simple paybacks on the order of 7.5 years, as provided in the E3 white paper, are a reasonable metric. Under our proposal, we get about 7 to 8 year paybacks for solar, and then 9 to 11 years for solar plus storage. We really do want to move to solar plus storage as the standard for California. That's going to be a challenge given the longer paybacks and the uncertainties around the availability of batteries. And there's also of course, the step down in the investment tax credit in 2024 that we have to manage. The rate structure that under these electrification rates will be more challenging for customers to live under, especially given the high on-peak rates. And a solar plus storage system represents a much larger investment than just doing solar alone. At the same time, we're expecting customers to make other investments in heat pumps and electric vehicles. It's going to be challenging to achieve that. Next slide.
Mr. Beach, I was wondering if you could wrap up in a moment or two.
I will wrap up right now.
Perfect.
We are proposing that the next reevaluation of NEM policies take place in 2030. We think that there needs to be some certainty in the structure for the industry going forward as we move to this electrified world. And it's going to be a lot of change for many customers. And we think that there needs to be some stability in the structure so that customers have a basis on which to make these really large investments in how they get their energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a couple questions from the chat line, and then I'll open it up for questions by raising their hands. The first question is from Laura Rosenberger. Is this plan giving enough incentive for battery storage and sending electricity to the grid during peak use to avoid backup generation in disadvantaged communities?
Yes, I think it does. The electrification rates have very high on-peak rates and relatively low off-peak rates. So the electrification rates provide a significant incentive for customers to cycle their storage, to fill it up during the day when solar is abundant in the middle of the day, and then to have the battery discharge in the evening, which is when peakers, gas-fired peakers, will be operating and increasing air pollution in disadvantaged communities. So, moving to solar plus storage really increases both, the financial value of the systems and also their environmental benefits, because most of the criteria pollution, as well as most of the greenhouse gas emissions, occur during those evening peak hours.
Thank you. We have a question from Claire Broom. Ms. Broom, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Tom. You indicated that you are hoping what you're proposing will be a rate that applies to all DERs, and you showed how that can help with smoothing the load. Have you thought about how your rate could interact with community solar? It obviously applies for a residential behind the meter unit, but have you thought at all, or do you have any opinions about how something that's more of a community storage resource could interact with your rate?
We have not put a lot of thought into that particular concept. I know that some of the other, I've listened to some very interesting proposals from other parties to do something like that, and I think that's something that we would be, very interested in thinking about and evaluating. It's not part of this proposal, but I think that we would be very receptive to having that be part of the Commission's program that it ultimately adopts.
Any follow-up? Okay, we'll move on. Alec Ward, do you have a question? I see your hand is raised.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Tom, for the presentation. This is Alec Ward, Public Advocate's Office. So given NEM's poor track record with lower income adoption, we're only sitting at about 10% NEM customers or care customers. How would this proposal meaningfully change that and get us to where we need to be?
Well, I think I said at the beginning that this is a general market tariff proposal. So this proposal is not aimed at low-income customers, and I just want to make that clear. We support the Vote Solar Sierra Club Grid Alternatives proposal designed to address the problem with care rates, where care customers get a 35% discount, but that means that their export compensation is also discounted by, and their behind the meter savings are also discounted by 35%. And that is a problem that needs to be addressed. And I think that the Vote Solar Sierra Club Grid Alternatives proposal does that. And we actually have looked at least, and we'll probably have some more information, I think, in the testimony, but we think that the cost of that proposal is similar to this general market tariff that we've proposed, that becomes cost effective over 5 years. And we think that it provides comparable compensation to low income customers as we are proposing here for general market tariff customers. So we think that the combination of this general market program plus the Vote Solar Sierra Club Grid Alternatives low income program will put all customers, low income and general market customers on an equal playing field. They will all be getting very similar compensation for installing solar or solar plus storage. Now, I think that we continue to support programs like SGIP and SASH and MASH and the disadvantaged communities versions of those that provide incentives for low-income customers to that help with some of the initial barriers and additional barriers that they face to accessing solar.
Thanks, Tom. Still concerns about overcoming the barriers to adoption, but I think we'll save that for testimony for these two proposals. A follow-up question is, will this proposal or the previous proposal, will it raise the bills for non-participating customers, including low-income customers?
Our goal here is to, that's a tricky question. Are you talking about rates or bills? Because, there's a difference between the bill you pay and the electric rate that goes into the bill.
The bill they see every month is what I'm talking about.
Our goal with this proposal is to get to a place in 5 years so that that there is no rate impact on non-participating ratepayers. Considering the full life cycle costs and benefits.
Have you all modeled any potential increase in cost burden that these proposals will or may create?
Well, there is obviously it's going to take 5 years to get there, but we think that the considerations such as the fact that there are significant societal benefits from this program, and that this program needs to continue at its current pace if we're going to meet the SB 100 goals, justify making sure that we have an adequate transition period to move the industry to a place where non-participant impacts have been mitigated. And if we try to do that overnight, the impact on the industry is going to be, we think, substantial, and that's not going to be a good thing to meet our long-run goals.
All right, thank you, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we have Michael Boyd, followed by a question from the chat, and then Erica Brown, and then Mohit Chabra. So, Mr. Boyd.
Hi, Tom. Mike Boyd care. I thought I heard you mention that you're proposing to go from the DLAP net surplus compensation to the 2020 avoided cost calculator. Would you elaborate on the reasons for that, please?
Sure. So the DLAP price is a wholesale market price from the CAISO energy market. But these distributed resources are providing generation right next to the customer. When you export power to the grid from your home solar system, it's immediately consumed by your neighbors, and it unloads the grid upstream from there and makes more capacity available on the transmission and distribution system for other customers to use. So the benefits of distributed resources are greater than what's measured by a wholesale price at the transmission level in the CAISO market. And the avoided cost calculator provides the metric for that value of distributed resources where the power is produced close to load. And so we think that the fair compensation for excess generation, the net surplus excess generation from these systems is better represented by the avoided cost calculator than by the DLAP price.
So for the NEM custard or generator, would that increase the compensation or be less than, or would it depend on the time of day?
Well, we proposed using like the net surplus compensation uses a rate that's averaged over the year, because we're compensating annual net excess generation. We would have a similar but more accurate averaging than is used today, and it would roughly double the rate from about 3 cents a kilowatt hour to about 6 cents.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
There's a table in our proposal that shows the proposed net surplus rate.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you. I have a question from the chat line. You mentioned a land use constraint to renewable development in California. Does your analysis include imports of utility scale renewables from other states in the Western region or offshore wind? And that question is from Jan Smutney-Jones.
So there's an appendix to our proposal that discusses the land use constraint. And what we did is we looked at the resolve modeling for the IRP in the no new DER scenario in the IRP that is used in the 2020 avoided cost calculator. And the resolve model has certain land use constraints on solar development in California. And it turns out that in order to run the no new DER case, those land use constraints had to be relaxed, because otherwise the 131 gigawatts of solar that's selected in that case would not have, the model would not have been able to select that much solar if the land use constraints that were in the model, the prior model used in the first iteration of the IRP had been kept. So, there are a variety of land use constraints in the model. Suffice it to say that showed to us that there really are some serious land use constraints that would be felt if we tried to replace all of the distributed resources with utility scale resources. And you can sort of get a sense of that because the no new DER case shows 131 gigawatts of utility scale solar in California. That's 10 times what we have today. And you can imagine the kind of land use constraints that would raise. Now, whether the resolve has an accurate reflection of the availability of out-of-state resources, that's a good question. Other states also have carbon reduction goals and will be developing their own renewables. The extent to which there's transmission available to bring more renewables from out of state into California is, a question.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have 4 other people in line for questions. Erica Brown, followed by Mohit Chabra, Charles Adams, and then Adam Buchholz. Erica?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can.
Great. Tom, thanks for the presentation. I had a question about the results of your standard practice manual test. We're a little bit surprised about those results, particularly compared to the Verdant study. I was wondering, could you clarify the ways in which your inputs and assumptions differed from the Verdant study when you did those tests?
Wow. I mean, you're talking about a lot of different assumptions in 3 different tests. Can you narrow it down a little bit?
Did you have any major costs or benefits that differed from what Verdant used?
I don't believe we did. I mean, you know, we used the 2020 avoided cost calculator as the source of the benefits. The only thing we did add that resiliency benefit for solar plus storage. On the bill savings side, you know, we did a standard bill savings analysis. We assumed we used the same rate escalation to 2030 that the commission, from the commission's recent en banc on rates. We used LBL and their reports for the costs, the recent costs of solar in California. So I think that our assumptions were pretty standard. And I don't think that we used the same degradation rate for solar output that was used in the Verdant report. You know, obviously, anyone who does this modeling, there are a lot of assumptions that go into it, and we will be, you know, we presented a lot of them in our proposal, and we will be presenting more of them in our testimony.
Thanks, that's helpful. It seemed like the resiliency benefit was probably one of the bigger differences. And then just one follow-up on that resiliency benefit. Was that the same calculation that was proposed in the avoided cost calculator last year?
Yeah, essentially, yes, it was.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we have Mohit Chabra, followed by Charles Adams, Adam Buchholz, and then I have a question from Nancy Rader. So first off, Mohit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Tom. I have 2 questions. First is, thanks for bringing up the land use consideration. I'm wondering if you thought about, are there any other ways to get rooftop solar going that aren't net energy metering that you've considered? Because NEM is one of the tools that we could have at our disposal, right? Have you considered any other ways as well?
Well, I think that sure, there are other possible mechanisms, and I think I mentioned that, you know, there are some community solar ideas that have been put forward in this proceeding, and there certainly are some innovative proposals for low and moderate income customers that have been put forward. But I think that you know, a net metering or a net billing structure is something that we know that it works. It's been used all over the United States in many different iterations or many different variations. It has definitely been shown to be understandable to the customer. You know, that's very important because, you know, this is a complicated area and customers don't spend a lot of time understanding their utility bill. So we need a structure and a program that is simple and explainable to the customer. Net metering has a certain inherent appeal to the customer and understandability that I think has been a major strength of it. And we shouldn't lose that.
Thanks, Tom. And I should have phrased my question as another way that doesn't put, you know, undue pressure on affordability. But the next question is, I really appreciated your comments on getting down to a place where in 5 years, the sort of rate impact is neutral. And given how things change, rates, cost estimates, would you be willing to adjust your proposal to, make sure that in 5 years that does happen? So if avoided costs or rates change significantly, would you be willing to change your proposal to ensure that in 5 years, the step down is towards neutral tariff?
Well, I would hope that we could set up a structure that what's important is to.
It's a yes or a no question mostly, Tom. Would you like to adjust or not?
Well, my answer is going to be that you need to provide certainty to the customers when they make their investment. And so if you make changes, they need to be prospective changes. I've been doing this for 40 years, and I spent the first 8 years working at the commission, and I appreciate that conditions change over time, and the commission always has the flexibility to step in and modify programs if needed to respond to changing circumstances. And I have confidence that the commission will do that in the future. But if we're going to encourage customer investments, major customer investments in these technologies, the customers need some kind of certainty. And, telling a customer that we're going to pay you 5 cents for your exports now, but we don't know what you're going to get 2 years from now because this weird thing called the avoided cost calculator might get updated, and we have no idea what the rate's going to be 2 years from now, is that's going to be a problem. Whereas if a customer knows that they're going to get exports that are 80% of the retail rate, but that 80% is going to be around for 20 years, that's something that the customer can understand.
Gotcha, Tom, thanks. So up for changing it as long as we can give a consistent signal, and happy to work with you on that.
Okay, let's move on. Our next question is from Charles Adams. Mr. Adams?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Tom. Have there been any studies on the viability of 30 and 30 compared to SB 100 and electrification? And if not, should they be part of this hearing overall before we make a decision to march forward 10 years?
Well, I think that is, I think it is going to be a concern going forward. We spent a lot of effort, last year revising the avoided cost calculator to bring it up to date with the Commission's adopted integrated resource plan. Our plans are going to change over time, and there will be a need to reevaluate things, but you have to make decisions based on the best available information that you have today, and so it's certainly not our recommendation that we need to revisit the avoided cost calculator. We spent a lot of time on that last year. We do believe that these land use constraints are going to be significant and something that will become a significant issue in the future. But SEIA and Vote Solar are committed this year to moving forward with the avoided cost calculator that we've got.
Okay, that's appreciated. I understand there are challenges there. They're important ones. My other question relates to energy storage. Are you finding that energy storage is ready for what's in your proposal? Largely, those projections have been missed substantially. In terms of three-phase services, a lot of the things that are out there for community solar and larger projects, I don't know how many batteries are on the market that would be considered beyond beta or something that many would feel comfortable presenting to their clients. Sometimes there's problems with well-meaning policy being ahead of the technology. And those mistakes have happened in the Solar National Electric Code consistently over the past 10 years. Are three-phase battery storage systems ready for what you're proposing?
Well, the battery I think that our concern is right now is battery availability, and there do seem to be some significant challenges and uncertainties in whether and the number of batteries that will be available, because at the same time as we're trying to introduce storage into home solar systems, we're also trying to increase the number of electric vehicles on the road, and of course EVs have much larger batteries than you would put in a typical house. So yes, battery availability is a significant concern, and that's one reason why we need a transition period here to make sure that there are adequate supplies of batteries, and to make sure that there's time for that technology and the availability of batteries to improve.
Thank you so much. I asked that you maybe consider differentiating between commercial three-phase batteries and home storage. They have very different problems and product constraints. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. And next up, we have Adam Buchholz.
Thank you, Judge. I'm with the Public Advocate's Office, and I have a couple questions. First, on your slide showing expected step-downs in export compensation towards ACC values, it looks like you expect adoption rates to stay constant in spite of these lowering export compensation. Can you comment on that?
Sure. Yeah, that's a good question. The reason that the bill savings look constant is because we've assumed that there's a growing percentage of solar plus storage systems over time, over the next decade, and a solar plus storage system has higher bill savings than a solar only system because it can produce during the evening peak hours. So there are a couple things that offset the decline in the export rate. One of them is the higher percentage of solar plus storage systems. And then the other thing is that rates are going up. So, we've assumed the, 3.5% per year rate growth that was in the modeling that the commission did for the recent en banc hearing. So, yes, export reductions in the export compensation are reducing bill savings, but bill savings go up because you have higher value solar plus storage systems being installed, and then you also have rate escalation.
I see. So would it be fair to say that you expect other factors to compensate and drive a steady increase in solar adoption, even as exports decrease?
Yeah, I mean, we are. There are hopefully costs for solar and batteries will decline over time, and there are some hiccups on that road, though. The principal one being the expiration of the ITC in 2024, and for solar plus storage systems, that they qualify for the ITC for both components. So that has a significant effect. If you look at our TRC results, you can see that there's a spike upwards in the costs in 2024 when the ITC goes away. So, we're hopeful that these technologies will be improving and coming down in costs. But given, with respect to storage, it's a question of what is the availability going to be. That also will play a significant role in what the cost of those systems are.
Thank you. So if I could just ask one other follow-up question, Judge, is that all right? Or is there time
Yes.
for that? Okay, thank you. So I'm also curious for your thoughts on, given the upward pressure on rates that we've seen from them so far, whether you've considered impacts on other California climate goals, such as electrification and electric vehicle adoption, and how this proposal might negatively impact those goals.
I think that that the structure that we've proposed will positively impact electrification, because solar is going to, the way, given the high rates in California, the way to do electrification is to have time of use rates that have low off-peak and high on-peak rates, such as the existing electrification rates. That provides low-cost off-peak power that then can be used to charge electric vehicles, heat your water with a heat pump water heater, and fill your storage, so that you can then offset some of the high cost 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. Demand. So that's really the strategy from a rate design and cost perspective for getting low cost electricity to electrify. And what solar provides is relatively low cost off-peak electricity produced right on the customer's premises. So that should be an integral part of electrification. It should, solar should be able to provide on-site off-peak electricity at roughly the same price as the off-peak rates in the Commission's electrification rates. In that scenario, that's how I think this all fits together.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question for you. And the question is, I apologize, it's in the chat. From Nancy Rader. Have you evaluated the degree to which your proposal would reduce the 2030 cost shift, similar to the Public Advocate's Office slide 11, showing the reduction its proposal would make to an estimated $6.6 billion cost shift?
I don't want to comment on the Public Advocate's $6.6 billion cost shift, because I haven't seen the details of how they calculated that. I expect that, I believe that a lot of that, probably 95% of it, is due to NEM 1 and NEM 2 customers, from having looked at some of the other cost shift calculations. So, and I think there are serious consumer protection issues associated with the Commission reversing its policies to protect the NEM structure for those customers. I'm sure, Nancy, you appreciate that, because you'd be upset if some of your members' 20-year PPA contracts were abrogated by the Commission. The number that we calculated for our proposal was the $960 million of reduced costs compared to a continuation under NEM 2.0. So I think that might be comparable to some of the numbers in the blue bars in the Public Advocate's figure.
Okay.
But I really, not knowing the details of their numbers, I really don't want to comment beyond. I don't have a basis for commenting beyond that.
Certainly. Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Beach. I appreciate all of your time. I would like to give you all a break. We could continue, but I'm afraid that there might be more questions than I'm anticipating. Let's take a quick 5-minute break. So come back at 3:40 and we'll go through the remaining schedule, and I'll take any questions, procedural questions from any of the attendees. So see you in 5 minutes. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you. And thank you all for your flexibility. I appreciate that as we move throughout the day. In our planning process, it was very difficult to determine exactly how long or how many questions we would receive. And our whole point for today and yesterday is to make sure that when we're done with these proposals, that we fully understand them. So thank you again for being flexible and letting me take more questions and let some people go a little bit longer and moving things around. That's great. And thank you to our presenters for their flexibility. So I want to talk about the remainder of the schedule. Robert, if you could put up the procedural schedule.
Yes, Your Honor, just get to it right now.
Thank you. So before lunch, we had a question about testimony, and I want to talk about that. And just, I'm open to taking any procedural questions for the rest of this proceeding. So the question I received was a question regarding what should go in your testimony. And certainly, actually, the specific question was whether or not a party should include only their opinions on justifying their proposal, or why the commission should not adopt another proposal. I would say you should include both. We talked earlier about building blocks, and your testimony will be the next big building block on which you're going to base your final briefs. So you certainly want to include what you think will eventually be facts. And again, those will be tested in the evidentiary hearing process. So real quickly, opening testimony only on questions 2 through 6, or issues 2 through 6, will be served on April 23rd, with rebuttal testimony due on May 21st. We will have 2 full weeks of evidentiary hearings from June 7th through the 18th. And again, as I said yesterday, I will be sending you a procedural email that will ask you to respond informally through email to the entire service list with responses regarding your technical capability. I need to determine just how much, whether I can use solely the WebEx, or if I need additional technical assistance. And then I would imagine that there is probably some contemplation of settlements. So as we stated in the scoping memo, settlement talks are required to be completed by July 9th, the same day that reply briefs are due. And I apologize, this schedule does not include opening briefs. I actually believe that opening briefs are due on July 9th. and closing briefs would be due approximately 2 weeks later. If I could ask Erica and/or Chris to look into that real quickly so I can be sure that parties know. So in the meantime, I am going to take questions. The first question I saw was from Matt Vespa. Matt?
Yeah, thanks, Your Honor. I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you're seeing testimony, and particularly reply testimony, as being distinguished from briefing, because it just seems like, opinions on other proposals, certainly legal concerns with other proposals, aren't really facts for hearings, maybe more of a briefing issue, but at the same time, it also sounds like we're trying to refine things over time, so maybe this is almost a bit more of like pre-brief. So I guess I'm just confused about how you see the role of the testimony, which I think typically is about disputed facts, as maybe being broader in this case, with more opinions and policies that wouldn't necessarily be disputed facts, but more party viewpoints. So if you could just talk about that a little bit and what your expectations are, that would be helpful.
No, I would agree with you that the opening testimony and therefore rebuttal testimony should be what the disputed facts are. And then your briefs would be opinion. But it's a fine line, and we cross back and forth over this line quite often because an opinion could be based on a fact. So I would say err on the side of too much in your testimony as opposed to not enough. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess so. I think it's just, yeah, thank you.
Okay, and then I see a hand raised from Susanna Churchill.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. And I am not as familiar with the hearing process as I'm sure many of the lawyers in the room, but I think you're saying that we can, if we wish, respond to other parties' proposals in both opening testimony and rebuttal testimony, and that we don't need to reserve responses to party proposals to rebuttal testimony. Is that right?
If there is, so your point in testimony is to justify based on facts. So if you believe that the commission shouldn't adopt something because there is an underlying fact that needs to be tested in evidentiary hearing, then that should be included.
Okay, thank you.
Does that?
Yes, it does. It does help. Thanks.
Okay. And I see a hand raised from Michael Boyd. Mr. Boyd?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was a little late after the break, so I might have missed this. What is, you say opening testimony on issues 2 and 6 and evidentiary hearings on issues 3 and 6? I don't
3
quite.
through 6.
3 through 6. So what is, what's issue 1? It's not included.
Issue 1 was the guiding principles. And they've already been determined.
Okay. So just, and then why the evidentiary hearings don't include issue 2? I'm curious.
I would have to look at the, I'll just ask Erica and/or Chris if you could look up issue 2 for me. I'm sorry, luckily I could answer your first question with regard to issue 1, but I don't recall which ones are which after that.
I have the ruling up, and issue 2 was what information from the Net Energy Metering 2.0 look back study should inform the successor, and how should the commission apply those findings in its consideration?
Okay.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Certainly. And let me see if there are other questions. All right, and I received a response for clarification. I was right. Opening briefs are due on July 9th. Reply briefs are due on July 19th. Are there any other questions with respect to the procedural schedule, expectations? And again, I will be sending the procedural email out probably within the next week. And I'm just going to scroll through one more time.
Your Honor, this is Joseph Weedman. I do
I
have
was
a
just
question.
going to call on you. Yes.
Thank you. I didn't know from the first time if you saw me. And you may have said this and I missed it. I unfortunately had to step out. Issue number 7 concerns additional and enhanced consumer protections for net metering or the successor tariff. And that issue is not covered in either testimony or briefing, or in hearings. But all of our proposals do contain discussions of various different types of consumer protections or discussions of that topic.
Yes, and I believe the scoping memo explains that due to the speed in which we hope to issue a decision in this proceeding, an initial decision, that the thought was that it would be focused only on issues 2 through 6.
Thank you.
And again, that's just because of the speed at which we are flying through this proceeding. Okay, I'm still seeing a hand from Mr. Boyd and Ms. Churchill. If you do not have a question, if you would toggle your hand switch, thank you.
I do have a question, Your Honor.
Yes.
On this sheet you're showing here, it mentions proposed decision on successor to current main NEM tariff and NEM tariff for fuel cells. We haven't really talked about a NEM tariff for fuel cells, have we?
No, we have not during this, during the workshops. There will be, I anticipate issuing a ruling on that aspect, on that element, within the next few weeks. We are, because there is a statutory deadline at the end of this year, we want to address that this year as well, but we have been treating it, at least in our preparation, we have been treating it separately. So I anticipate issuing a ruling within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
And do I have any other questions? I see nothing in the chat. Okay, great. Well then, let me just look at my notes to make sure there wasn't anything else that I'm missing. Before I thank everyone, let me just ask Chris and/or Erica, are there any other issues that I should touch upon before we leave?
Nothing on my end.
Yeah, I don't think of anything either. Thank you.
Okay, and let me just check one more time. Let me just ask, I see that the commissioner is still with us, and I know that she's had a busy schedule. I appreciate you being able to be with us for pretty much the entire day. Do you have any parting words for us?
Thank you, Judge Himes. Want to mostly thank everyone for their thoughtful and in many cases creative proposals. You've certainly given us a whole lot to think about, and I appreciate that. Appreciate having a lot of different strategies to think through. And I know there's a lot of next steps here and an active, very active proceeding. So I appreciate everyone's dedication to this issue over the course of this year. So thank you very much, and I appreciate everyone's time. And thank you, Judge Himes, for the excellent facilitation, as I mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. And while we're thanking, I have many, many thank yous. First of all, I would like to thank Robert Stanford for stepping up and getting us through this day. I would also like to thank the entire IT team. Putting on a WebEx workshop takes a great deal of teamwork. So thank you all. And speaking of the team, I also want to thank both Chris Wessling and Erica Petrovsky. They put a lot of work in before we even opened up yesterday. I want to thank our presenters for putting the time both beforehand as well as yesterday and today. And I want to thank everyone for participating, the sponsors for putting together the various proposals. It gives us a lot to think about. And again, thank you all for your flexibility. We've been kind of moving things around, not sure exactly how long we needed for each time. So, and Robert just said a big thank you to Francisco Hernandez. So again, thank everyone, and I will be in touch with a procedural email shortly. Have a great rest of your day, everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.